Oh no, you're gonna leave me in here alone with Ralph while we're live. I refreshed for the new lobby. Well, that's at least not silence. Come on, G-Wubs. Get in here.
Hey, Steven, can you stop sharing your game, young? That shit can get us in trouble. You might want to just post a picture or something. That shit's copywritten.
Yeah, what he said.
Good looking.
What's up, DP?
What it do, man?
Just trying to get my ass to in-laws.
Oh, I thought. Oh, so you
100
off?
miles left. Yeah, 3 weeks.
That's what's up.
So
I feel sorry that you're in Minnesota.
I'm breaking a personal record.
Where are you at in Minnesota?
Who's in Minnesota?
I am.
Where in Minnesota?
Mark is.
About 100 miles.
You guys not know how to pronounce
West.
Minnesota?
It's Minnesota.
It's Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Yeah,
I'm with Cork.
It's Wisconsin and Minnesota.
That's kind of gay.
100 miles south of where?
East or west. Coming on a 94.
West of where?
Minneapolis.
The Twin Cities.
Oh, okay. That's a boring part of Minnesota.
That's why I'm doing it in the dark. North Dakota.
Where are you going?
Worse. My in-laws.
North Dakota is pretty warm. Well, North Dakota would be good nowadays because it's supposedly thriving with the economy or whatever. I'd like to see that.
Well, summer's got to be pretty nice
in
to
the
drive.
oil fields across
I've heard that they
94,
paved the
there's
roads with gold bars in North Dakota now.
They might pay a little more attention to them, but it's still. Oh, look! There's another hill. Damn it! There's another one 20 miles up.
It gives you something to aim for.
Yeah, kidding. I like Montana a lot better, view-wise. But
yeah.
But we're sitting at what 23 and a half hours on the road. Should be there by 24 and a half. My best time prior to that was 27. Straight through.
You did it all in one day, or?
Yeah.
Wow. I couldn't do that. I need a hotel after 12.
I drove the first 11, and the left drove about 8. Taking it home.
Oh, I see what you mean. It's boring. Ooh, yeah,
straight.
Big, huge
These podcasts have been.
That freeway goes on for fucking ever, it feels like.
A little bit.
So
it's
last
like,
night,
how long is this thing?
So last night, like when you were in the chat, you were like in the beginning of like the trip.
Yeah, I was in Spokane when I was in there last night, in the
Oh,
first part of
that's what's
Montana, Idaho. And then I kept trying to jump back in between big towns, but I kept losing 4G. So far, since I
Just buy
logged in
10 Gs at once, and you'll be all right.
Say what?
I said just buy 10 Gs all at once, and then you'll be all right.
On the cell coverage. So I've been looking to take a freaking class in the Minneapolis area, and all I can find online is concealed carry classes or super beginning concealed carry.
Welcome to the Midwest.
You need to find that Western shoot that has all the animals involved in it with the stations that we talked about last night.
That was messed up. Funny. But that was.
You'd be a pro at gilding.
A rendezvous 3-gun match.
I did bring my AK. I don't have a shotgun. I'm hoping to find a carbine course.
So, what are you driving to Minnesota for?
My in-laws.
Just to go
Suicide.
to a carbine course?
No, my in-laws.
3-week vacation.
Other words, suicide.
Oh, for 3 weeks I can see driving. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I'm just gonna say you picked
I got
this.
wife and 3 kids, so the extra plane ticket pays for gas, basically.
What kind of car are you doing it in?
Minivan. With the DVD player for the kids, so they shut the hell up.
How many kids you got?
3.
Oh, shit.
Earlier, you could tell by earlier in the sentence when he said he had 3 kids.
Yep.
That was Mike, though.
I never know if I'm
He
like.
thought it was a foreign language.
I didn't hit the SAP button fast enough on this computer.
Mark, I'm going to say you picked the perfect weekend to come. It's supposed to be in the, at least so far the west you go, it's supposed to be even hotter and worse. It's supposed to be in like 90s and super humid, so.
Last year, the 3 weeks we spent out here, it was like 91 to 99 and 85% humidity.
And we're supposed to have a
Are you
cool
going
summer.
fishing?
We're supposed to have a really cool summer this year in the Midwest.
Maybe.
It's to my area anyway. Maybe, but just hit one of these freak hot streaks that we're gonna have. When you're out here before, no, that was normal.
Work had me tied up so much I didn't get a chance to plan. So I'm going to try, but there's no guarantees. The first couple of days, it's just, I'm going to be awake maybe 8 hours a day. I'm just going to sleep.
So how many guns do you plan to have your in-law straw purchase for you while you're out there?
None.
Why not?
I brought like
He
8.
probably doesn't need to. Plus, he's in a free state, so you could probably just buy him long guns, take them home with him.
I did that
Yep.
last year. I bought my wife's cowboy gun at the Gander Mountain. I found a used one that already had the short stroke kit and spring kit in it.
If you move to a free state, you don't have to deal with all those kind of crazy laws, man.
And moving is the key. Is the key word for sure.
I'm staying.
Well, what you should do is get in some sort of like a mobile home arrangement. Then you can just park wherever you need to.
For an extended period of time.
Well, hey, if your home is in the parking lot of the gun show in Virginia, then
I am home.
the applicable laws apply.
I should just buy an RV.
Now, just get a PO box in each free state.
Yeah, why not just buy homes in each state?
You gotta get an RV. You gotta get the one that looks like Breaking Bad.
I think I am a 1%er.
Hey, an RV like the one Breaking Bad? Well, you got all the stuff to make the crystal meth. You just got to make the crystal meth.
Are you ready?
Man,
I've never
they
seen
paid like
Breaking Bad.
$1,500 for it. I'm just kidding.
I've never seen Breaking Bad.
It's not the nicest of RVs.
Is it like a 1970
Let's say that
Winnebago?
Yeah,
It's like an old
Yeah.
Winnebago, yeah.
Yeah.
yeah,
It's like an 88.
But they
Yeah.
take out all the doors and everything, and the walls and everything, so it's just a big empty room that they can make meth in.
Oh. Well, I remember growing up, um, the farm owner, he had the 70s style box style Winnebago that we yarded out the 440 big block and put in a C series Cummins. That was a winter project we did once. That was interesting. For those of you who don't know, that's a diesel. Bigger than what you'd find in a car or a big pickup.
So have you looked for any ranges, like as far as like where you're going?
I know 3, and I'm going to use at least 2 of them while I'm here. I brought all my all my little Kerrigans, and I brought my AK, or one of my AKs. The folder, it fits nice under the seats. See if I can't find a carbine course or something.
I wish you luck in finding one. I looked a while ago and I did not find any in the Midwest that I could.
Who's the skinny, tall, bald-headed guy who does training up in the Midwest? I think it's been Milwaukee or he's somewhere up there. What's his name?
I'm not traveling that far.
Milwaukee
A
from
bald white guy in the Midwest?
Ooh, that
Tall.
narrows it down.
Tall,
Yeah,
bald, and skinny. I can't remember his name.
Yeah, once
I
he
came
said
across his
skinny,
channel.
I knew it wasn't me.
No one ever talks about you, Cork.
I'm talked about all the time, Marco. And I've dreamt about it all the time. I know you dream about me every night.
We're not talking about your cats now, all right?
That would imply that you dream about Quark's cats every night.
I do secretly.
Yes, no more rain.
I don't know if the Milwaukee. I don't know if you're. I'm trying to
No,
think
I'm
who you're
not
talking
traveling.
about.
What's his name? Let me.
Yeah, Milwaukee is like 5 hours
Pincus?
from the Twin Cities.
Pincus?
I think it might be. I don't know. Hold on.
Pincus is in Seattle next week.
Uh,
Or no, he's in Alaska right now.
let's see.
I was traveling. I was going to try to get was in a class or at a range up in Marysville towards the end of the summer. Try to get on that one. That's north of Seattle, which is 3 hours north of me.
He probably has his company name on his channel. I won't recognize it.
And they changed all the buttons on this stuff.
Yeah, just looking in Wisconsin right now, it's all concealed carry. Concealed carry, concealed carry, concealed carry. That and the hunting classes are the ones I'm finding. That just happens to be in Wisconsin. You want to take a DNR class, you can good luck trying to find a spot, but they got the DNR classes. Let's see if I can find any for Market, Firearm safety, concealed carry.
There's like three big schools, and they're all doing concealed carry classes for the next 2 weeks.
Yep, that's what I'm saying too.
Hey, G-Web. I'm watching a video of a guy.
You're watching a video of a guy, it sounds like you're watching porn to me.
No, I watched the same video. Totally works.
No.
I think it says Wrigley on there, doesn't it?
I think that's what it is. That's what I was just looking at too. I was trying to figure it out.
Isn't there like a AAA battery?
Looks like a regular rechargeable battery or something.
Battery looks AAA.
It almost looks too long though, doesn't it?
Well, AAA and AA's are almost the same length, aren't they?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It looks longer for some reason.
Nah.
Maybe it is AA.
I
You're
think it's
right.
AAA, if anything.
No, it's regular. It's a double A.
It's gotta be AA. It's definitely.
Let's see, it's a fucking metric battery in some other country.
Ooh, it might be. Maybe that's why it looks a little bit long.
It's a 5-volt. Not a
Yeah, it's
9-volt.
probably something like a 5.5 volt, 5.75
Yeah, some weird
metric
odd
volts.
thing.
Oh, you did, but did you see how did he cut a notch in there or something?
Well, yeah, that's the whole point. He had to cut it so that it restricts the flow of electrons down in that one point, so that way it gets hot, right? It restricts the flow and then heats up. Works perfectly, though. I'm all ready to go to prison. I don't care. Bring on prison. I'm gonna still smell smoke. I don't care.
You trying to blow up now?
Alright, well, so I got a question that's gun related for you guys. I'm trying to figure stuff out. Does anybody subscribe to any newsletters that are gun related?
Negative.
Yes, I have.
Newsletters. I follow a couple blogs.
Yeah, but I mean, like the newsletters. Are those old fashioned, or is there people that still pay attention to newsletters?
I think it's a little old-fashioned, but like if you made it state-specific, then maybe you'd have people from those states willing to, read it.
You would only deal with a newsletter if it was at a state level.
If it was
Of interest.
yeah, but just a general federal one. I mean, what's the point? I can just get on YouTube.
The one that the NRA emails me once a week.
Does anybody read that one though?
I never do.
Yeah, man. Sometimes it's fucked up.
Not half of it. Stuff that catches my eye.
Like because of that whole shooting down south, they sent one that said that they're trying to pass a law right now. So that whole law where I can just call the cops and say, "Hey, this guy seems suspicious," and they just come and arrest you for like so many hours and take your guns.
Or if you're a pervert, you just call and say that you look suspicious, and then you get a bunch of dudes to come down and pat you down.
Apparently. Yeah, they sent me a thing last week. Like in 2 weeks, they're supposed to vote on that shit.
Or if not, it's free rate for a weekend.
Nice. So, what was the? Okay, I'm missing the point of the inquiry.
About the newsletters, I'm just thinking about starting a newsletter.
Oh.
Oh, you've definitely been watching Orange is the New Black.
Exactly. I got a bunch of lesbians I'm trying to impress, and I'm going to make them all editors of my newsletter.
I'll draw the cartoons.
With any of that stuff, including blogs, I only read the stuff that catches my eye. I don't read it top to bottom.
I hear you.
What was there? What was it called? I think it was called the Big House Bugle. That was funny.
This is more boring than driving through Minnesota.
This is. Let's see who else is out there.
DB's out there, I believe.
Yeah, he just doesn't have the balls to join in. Talk
Yeah.
live.
He said he ran out of
Of
pads.
course.
So he's a little stopped up right now. It's a heavy flow day for him.
He's just in a mood. He doesn't want to talk.
So I didn't hear earlier what rifles you'll pick for your other events.
I think they took the Scar. I would have taken the Tavor for sure.
Well, Cork took the AUG.
Yes, I took this. I was just going back to the page to tell you that's that.
Have you ever even shot an AUG?
No, I never
No, but they're
shot it.
fucking-
Have you
That's
ever
looking-
shot a Tavor?
Yes. And an AUG.
Oh.
I just like the way.
What do you have to
it
say about it?
I like the Tavor. I mean, if we're talking about a battle rifle, I mean, especially in the United States and where I live, I'm not battling more than 300 yards. So my Tavor or a Tavor will work just fine. If I need 500-600 yards, then okay, yeah, I'm gonna default. But I mean, 300 yards, I'm straight.
So where you're at, you want short.
Have you
Have
handled both of
exactly.
them quite a bit or not really?
I mean, I shot each one once. I did like 3 mags in the Tavor and just a mag in the AUG. And it wasn't even a real AUG. It's like the clone one.
I was just wondering how difficult each of them are comparison-wise and take down and put it back together and cleaning it and stuff.
Oh, I didn't go through all that. No, unfortunately not.
You know what I mean? Because one of them might be really difficult. I don't know.
I feel you.
I think that'd be a big factor.
Yeah, I honestly couldn't tell you if one was more difficult than the other.
How about you, G-Reps?
Would you take the Scar or would you take the FAL? I got a funny feeling you probably take the FAL. What other guns did they bring up? I can't remember.
Mini 14, Mini 30, SKS, M1A.
I'm gonna be M1A.
You're such an AARP member.
M1 Garand.
When you go to
Yeah,
McDonald's,
if I
you ask
wanted
for
a
senior
historic
coffee.
rifle, it'd be the Grand. So
When Beaver goes into McDonald's, he asks for a senior coffee
Oh, hell no.
as he open carries his M1 Garand.
I wish I had one. It's $2,000 I ain't got.
yeah, the Grand are say between 8 and 12, I think. So you might as well say a Grand for a Grand.
Not the
Shot a
new ones.
SOCOM once. That was tight. I like that.
Place in, I want to say, New Hampshire. It's making new grants. Can't remember the name. I got it bookmarked in the home computer. Like 2,400 a piece.
Yeah, prices definitely get away from it. I wish I would have got one when they were inexpensive.
Wasn't the chat like completely like non-biased about price or anything like that?
Yeah, no price to do
Yes.
anything with it. We did talk about prices, but it didn't have nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just saying now, if I could have got one when they were $500.
You know what really pisses me off is that almost everything that we talk about as far as like a replacement for for the AR, for the AK that's at least modern, not so we exclude the SKS, you're looking at like 1,800 plus easy.
Well, the SK is definitely not a replacement for either of those two.
Yeah, well, I mean, just anything modern that's come out, I'd say
work.
since like 1990 or whatever, you're fucking looking at like $1,800, $2,000
Yeah.
easy.
Well, you're right.
But you look at it. The reasons why the AR and the AK are so popular is because they are inexpensive.
Well, the only reason they're expensive is because they're so popular. I mean, they're not that long ago. They were a lot more expensive. I mean, they're coming down quite a bit.
Not really. I mean, like you know what I'm saying. Like when the AR came out, it was $1,000. It's still $1,000. You know what I'm saying? And
That
like
means I got
honestly,
one
like
for
I remember when they were like 1,600 and shit.
But there's not. But there's not. Okay. Well, which one are you talking about, and when?
I mean, even cheaper ones were like 1,200 back in not that long ago. It seems like.
Well, that's during a scare of like a
Yeah.
buck.
No. That was before that. Before that, I mean.
6 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't been in guns that long, but
If they were grand then and they're grand now, that means they're cheaper now because inflation sucks.
but the point that I was trying to make is that I don't see an extra $1,000 in either materials or machining going into anything modern versus the AR itself.
They're just jacked up the prices, man.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So if these people ever want to compete or really actually work to ever be the replacement of,
What? What are you talking about?
Well, they're doing what they
Like
want to do.
Yankee.
They're making money. I mean, their business, their goal is to make money, and they sell a shitload of guns to us.
And shame on y'all for making me feel like Yankee.
Okay, Mr. Yankee Jr.
no, but I mean like G-Webs.
So what are you trying to say? That an Noveski ain't worth shit because an M16 from Colt used to cost $600 or something?
No, what I'm trying to say is that I don't see. Oh shit! Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
I can't believe what you're saying, but I can hear you.
Okay, no. What I'm saying is that I don't see where the extra $800 to $1,000 in where is that in a SCAR that's over a Colt AR?
Quality. Quality.
Over a Colt AR quality? Come on, we're already talking about one like the best ARs you can get at $1,000.
You're talking about facilities that are making barrels and receivers and key components for many, many years. So their capital expenses have more than worked themselves out of the product. And you're talking
Not only
about
that, they're making all the tooling.
Yeah, you're talking about all the tooling and all the factory and all the production line, all the new work development that's going to be in the price of the SCAR.
I've never seen the inside of a SCAR. Is that a lot of machine or is that a lot of stand?
I don't know. I guess it's both.
I believe it's all machines.
It's not
Mostly.
like a Russian, let's make this for the cheapest price possible. I mean, it's, what, Austrian, so it's all, or what is it?
It's FN, so it's
Belgium.
So Belgian, so it's Belgian, like, they're practical, they're not too bad, but they're
very,
not
very
going to
good
put a few parts in there. It's a good gun, but it's just because it costs more to make a new gun.
And Colt, they've been putting out so many guns that they've paid for all that stuff.
So you're going to go sit out with DB now? You just
Yeah.
got called out on your bullshit?
No, well, not
You
really.
talk down?
I still don't see it because, I mean, like, if you're talking about what it cost to build a gun 30 years ago, there was a lot of lathes and there's a lot of people actually working those machines. Nowadays, it's, push start and wait
Nope.
for it to end.
Whatever. You never watched a factory tour? There's a person in front of each of those machines, and those people are making serious scratch because they know how to work that machine. And those machines might be running 24/7, but very few, well, there's a couple of gun manufacturers that can run 24/7 making guns, but they're also doing car parts and other machine parts, probably drone parts. I mean, they're doing
I got
all kinds of work.
why are Jordans $200 when I can get a pair of New Balance for $80?
Well, no, but that's the problem. Is that is the case there? That it's still that's just material and design and marketing. But to build a gun, that's like what part of a SCAR was on an AR?
And you go to the drawing board and make the whole thing.
So now
Right.
they
What I'm
can
getting at here is
create
You
all
make
that.
designers and all kinds of shit.
the amount that's put out too. I mean, they may put out a million pairs of New Balance of that one model.
But what I'm saying is that with this price point, they'll never be able to overcome the market and replace the AR, the AK because of the price point.
They're not
I
trying
think
to.
I think they
They're not
sell as
even
many as they
near
make.
trying to do that.
Yeah, but if they
Exactly.
only make
It's like a
1,000,
Ferrari. Ferrari ain't trying to put the Escort out of business.
right? That's what I was getting at. They make 1,000 of them and they sell 1,000. They're not looking to make a million of them and sell 1 million.
And that's also one of the good points is that not everybody has it, and so more people that have money are like, "Fuck, I want to go get that one."
So that's just the "ooh, I want something different" market.
I think a lot of people are like that, and then other people shoot it and realize, "Man, this is a good gun," and then their friends that also have money start buying them also.
But see, I don't think the SCAR is like that because of the fact that they got their military contracts and they're pumping out so many of them. I think they would love to replace the AR.
I don't think they're making as many as you think. Because how many you only ever see SCARs in special forces.
Well, that's not true. Like I was saying, Africa, almost all the military now runs SCARs over there. Apparently, I was just reading an article about it.
I don't know. Hello?
Not us. Their military.
Damn it! I missed the answer to that. Who's issuing them?
Some countries in Africa.
Oh. Somebody's reloading.
Holy shit, fuck. Who's that?
It's Walt.
Somebody's wiping their ass with a microphone.
Walt, do us a favor and mute. Yeah, that's loud for people with headphones on.
Yeah. Quit rubbing the mic in your crotch, man.
We'll do a real chat, like a prime time one or something sometime on, or when somebody's sitting around looking for a topic, everybody try to remember we should do one on quality versus price or something, or real value versus price. I know Ralph would get in on that, but that's
Quantity versus
so
quality.
pervasive with the whole that it's all you're paying for the pony or whatever.
Well, you're basically talking in this one, Juevs, is quality versus quantity.
Yeah, I guess.
Quick question: does
Start
anybody?
kicking out,
We're not talking about a DPMS.
no,
We're talking about a full AR.
No, when you
Well,
start
it's
kicking out
apples and oranges to some extent too.
But that's what I'm
But
trying to get to is that
or something like they built a Humvee because they were like, well, we want. I don't know what the hell they built a Humvee for, honestly. But whoever it was, GMC or somebody who's made the Humvee, whenever they were approached with it, they were probably like, we need this job done.
But I mean, like kind of like to the analogy that you said, where it's like an Escort versus a Ferrari is who's coming up. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the new Escort? I mean, like you figure the Escorts would have a much bigger market, but it's only really two guns. It's the AK and the AR, and you have 10 new guns since
That's
the 1990s.
Platforms.
Okay, yeah.
Platforms. All right. So you got rifle, you got shotgun, and you got handgun, and then how long have those been established? I mean, I don't know at what level you want to start scrutinizing, but AR is a massive platform, dude. Nothing's ever going to replace the AR in the foreseeable future.
That's where my topic was going. What's the replacement for the AR / or AK? Because everything that's come out, that's
if there was no AK, the AR would dominate the entire planet because there's nothing going to happen that's going to not work with those Lego blocks. It's just that the AK is perfect, so when you put up those Lego blocks next to that, like next to a Tinker Toy, I guess. Well, no, it's like an Erector set. No, I don't know. But, what I'm saying, if you they're just apples and oranges, so the AK just works, and they exist, luckily. If the AK was just the VZ-58, like one country kicked out an AK, it'd be the VZ-58. Nobody would even hardly know about it except for Bob. But it happens to have been made more than any other gun on the planet, so there's no way to ignore it. And it happens to be perfect, so there's no way to ignore it there. But the AR will definitely just dominate for the rest of the time until some other kind of gun gets made.
I mean, think about how good a rifle would have to be to take the place of an AR and replace all the guns in the military.
Exactly. It would have to replace all the guns in the military. It would have to be modular, and it would have to be used by the entire recreational population of the United States for decades now.
Yeah.
So it's not possible. You know, we had World War One and World War Two, where we stockpiled guns just like any other country who's gearing up for war, where we made, I don't know, somebody must know how many Garands and carbines and Springfields we made during World War One, and all those guns were just, well, it's true, some of them were left overseas, but a whole bunch of them were over here, and we had all the opportunity in the world for those platforms to try to dominate or take over. You can only do so much with a barrel and an action shoved inside a piece of wood.
Yep.
That's totally proprietary. That doesn't come apart. You know, you can only do so much with that. So the Scar, I don't know. Scar's not going to go nowhere, dude. It's just a bunch of parts. It's just basically it's a modern day all put together rifle laying in a plastic stock. There's nothing modular about it. What part of a Scar can you even change out? You have to change the entire lower to change magazines on it. It's ridiculous. You have to change the trigger. People chop the rails all off because they're in stupid places up there. So it's just a branch, like a lot of branches that are just going to die off.
Yeah, I don't see the AR being replaced anytime soon. I mean, they'd really have to either come out with, some sort of new projectile that was so much more superior than what we're using right now.
And chances are they'd still shove it into an AR. If they came out with some like hot glue gun type of ammo that just was a wire-fed feed of material that somehow got ejected with some kind of repulsor ray that didn't take hardly any batteries, right? And they'd still put that into an AR platform because you could still use the handguards and the grips and the stocks and the optics and everything, and they would just adapt it to the AR lower and an AR upper.
Yeah, that's what I was actually thinking of. It would have to be something that could not be fired from that platform before they change it. I mean, that's the way the AR is going to go.
A laser gun, they would just probably use the pistol grip and the stock still.
Yep.
Some crazy shit.
So
yeah, because familiarity goes a long way.
Nope, because all right, well, you guys say modularity, and I agree with you guys on that aspect. But what I'm arguing also is everything that has come out with, I'd say since 1990, that even had a shot like the Scar. I think its price point is what hurts it the most, more so than its modularity. Secondly, would be its modularity.
Well, yeah, but I think its price point is just because they know they're only going to sell, I don't know, whatever. Let's just say 1,000 because it's a number. If they know they're only going to sell 1,000, they got to go. It costs us this much to make the thing, and we want to make this much money on it. So we'll add those two together and divide it by the number we think we're going to sell, and that's how much these things cost, right?
Yep.
So they know they're not going to sell very many. They try to make it useful to some people, I guess, so that they want to pay that much for it, but it's never going to...
Market share is more valuable, though. Market share is more valuable and more profitable.
What do you mean market share?
Market share, so the percentage of guns out there. So, for example, if 80% of the guns out there are either AKs or ARs, that's 80% of the market share. And the Scar makes up, let's say, 2% of the market share.
Dude, it wishes it was that many.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
There's got to be... I bet you there's less than a couple 100,000 of those things in existence, right?
But then why is that? Is it because of its price, or is it because of its modularity, as you said? I argue it's because of its price. Is why it doesn't have a shot at being the new rifle.
I think it has no shot. They knew it. They knew it when they built the thing that it has no shot. They just have to do something. You can't not do something, right? You have to try to innovate. So if they looked at the insurmountable wall of, unsurpassable tech in guns right now with the AR-15, they're going to go, well, what can we do? We can try to make a different lower or upper, like everybody else has, and shove a different kind of bullets through that same gun. Or we can go completely off. And, they decided with that gun to... I don't know what they decided to do, really. That was one that came out a while ago now, 2009? Something like that?
Yep.
So I don't remember what the reason was for building that gun, but they definitely didn't sit down and go, what can we do to I'm trying to say, like, leverage off of or peel away some of the AR's popularity. They just said, like, this is going to be different, separate, like totally different path, a new branch on the firearms tree, and then went down that path. But I don't think they ever did that with the intention of, like, this is where the world's going to go. They just did it with, here's a gun we can make, and it has a bunch of features people have told us they want.
Yeah, Steven, the U.S. government does this all the time. They decide, well, we want to do this, or we want to do this, or that.
Right.
So companies make
Yeah,
a
exactly.
bunch
They
of
have their trials.
prototypes. Yeah,
And
a
that's
bunch
probably
of
what it was.
prototypes.
That's where the Magpul made their prototypes.
Yep.
But you have to do that, otherwise shit just sits stagnant. I mean,
Exactly.
And
And
how
if
that
they don't
shit
find
works.
anything that the government thinks that they can get for cheaper and in the quantity they want, then they're just gonna reject it. Doesn't matter. It could be a great gun. It's just that they can't get it for for less than $3,000 or $4,000 a gun, and they want it priced at $1,000 a gun. That automatically ejects the gun from the competition for the people that are planning on buying it.
You just made my point right there.
No, I'm just saying that some guns are going to be
Are
that
you saying
way.
you want the Scar to be the next gun?
No, I just want put like this. I want put like this. Like basically, since everything has come out in the last 20 years, anything that comes out is like $2,000. So I want something new that's like $1,000.
Well, the government is always going to be higher than the civilian market because one, they've got to be
Well, they've
select
got to be
fire.
made to better
Yeah.
uh,
Specifications, and everything's got to be made out of a certain material.
right. It's got to be more hard use. But there's all kinds of guns that are. Look at the what's that new one that shoots the Glock mags?
The just
Oh,
right.
Carbine.
The Just Right carbine. That's out of nowhere. Just some guy made a gun, right?
But it's not center fire though. I mean, it's not a rifle caliber.
All right. Well, then you got the Keltec down there putting out different guns that are different.
I'll give them credit. Yeah.
Caltech.
I think the new Glock rifle that comes out is going to be the replacement for the AR.
I don't know. The military is going to want performance from their rounds. They're definitely not going to want
Glock will
a
make
pistol. Yeah,
Why
a
are you
pistol
assuming the
caliber.
Glock's gonna make it? It's gonna be the 22 Glock. It's gonna be a sort of a 10 millimeter with a 22 caliber projectile, probably stronger than a 223, but shorter.
Yeah, well, I could happening where the magazines would be able to be interchangeable with the sidearm could be something that the U.S. government would like. So each the rifle will use the same ammo as the pistol, but have to have that performance from the rifle as similar to the 223.
Glock can make a 223 or 5.56 once the old man dies.
Yeah, that's some way I could see that the AR platform gets knocked out. But I still think they do it into an AR style platform if the company was smart.
Glock's going to come out with the 300 gap.
The 300 gap out.
Last night I was thinking about it though, and they have the 9mm, and then they have the 237, and have the 40 with the 10mm. They should have 45 ACP like Magnum.
There we go, a 5.7 gap.
Not small though. Go bigger.
No, that should actually be the GAR. That's what I'm thinking. 300 GAR. As Steve was putting it in there, I was trying to think of a good caliber to put in there for the GAR. Glock automatic rifle.
Hey, G-Webs, have you ever shot the Glock 460 Roland?
No, I've seen them.
You know how much that ammo even sells for? I mean, I'm just trying to get like a cost per round average, or is it ridiculous?
No, I don't know. I'm sure it's ridiculous, yeah. Damn, I think I had a projectile from one of those 50, whatever they are.
Airwolf?
No, the ones that the guy made for the Glock, the B... I forget now. It's 50, then the initials of the company.
Yeah, it's
Veda
the
Upper.
50 GI.
LAR.
no 50 GI.
Yeah. I met those guys at SHOT 2007 maybe, or 6. And they had a bunch of projectiles sitting there. Pretty neat.
Where'd the 460 Roland come from? Like did it come specifically from that kit, or I mean, I've never even heard of that round prior to seeing it on a Glock conversion kit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they made both those just so they could fit them into a Glock.
Oh. That would suck because it'd be so hard to find ammo.
Whatever.
Is it like 330?
What's a Wildcat ammo?
Expensive? You know, $4 a round, or is it reasonable?
No idea.
It's probably like $1.50 or something like that.
Well, if it's not a popular round, then it's going to be a lot of money because nobody's going to want to make a whole lot of it.
Depends on how easy it is to make the case.
Well, it also goes to the fact that
300, like 300 blackout's reasonable because you're just cutting down the 223s.
So it's worth noting that
It's a super common casing. Go ahead.
I was gonna say it's worth noting that Gunbot doesn't even list the 460 Roland under the pistol round, so it's
G-Web's like, when I find out, I'm gonna tell you how much it is, how many cents per round.
Whatever.
I'll let you know. I'll fill you in.
It'll go one in one ear, out the other then.
Sorry, it's gonna be so outstanding news for you. You'll make a PDF video out of it.
Uh-huh. I've told all my peeps at the gun shops, and they all agree with me that rounds or cost per round is ridiculous. European bullshit.
I had that conversation with my friends. We all came up with pretty much the same conclusion.
I'll say it again. I seen something on Facebook where it was like, what did it say? Some countries use metric, and then underneath it says some countries have been to the moon.
That's funny. I heard you say that.
no.
Oh, you'll hear me
But
again.
he's saying-
I think it's hilarious.
He's saying cost per round is stupid, so if it's...
Yeah, I grew up with cost per box of ammo, and everybody knew what a fucking box of ammo was, so you knew what a cost per box of ammo is, and all of a sudden now you gotta start converting it and doing multiplication and shit. It's bullshit.
Ah, okay, I get you now.
It's like, how much is
I
40?
thought you-
$18 a box.
Yeah,
When you
yeah. Well, that's what I was
Yeah,
trying to
exactly.
get at.
Then it's like, oh, it's 24.56 cents a round.
No, that's actually 36 cents a round, and I'm like, well, the case of 40 is going for 29 cents a round. So I figure, well, buying 1,000 is 7 cents
Case
less
is
per
20
round.
boxes.
Yeah.
It's like the
No,
first
now
one.
I understand. I thought you meant that, cost per round, every time you pull the trigger, it costs you $1. It doesn't matter.
I
It doesn't matter
No,
what
no.
you're firing.
Just
it's
the
firing.
concept of organizing prices by bullet instead of box.
I like
Mhm.
the per bullet.
Gotcha now.
because when you're shopping for defense ammo and you pay $35 for 20, and you get it and you think you're getting 50. That's.
Yeah,
a
I hear you.
shot.
I understand the concept, and I realize that it's probably more accurate. It's just that I don't like having to do fucking math. I'm too old to have to fucking start doing math, I think.
G-Webs is
I feel
almost
like I shouldn't have to.
G-Webs is almost an AARP
How often-
member.
Do you buy anything less than 100 rounds?
Box of
This
ammo?
is-
I buy
right.
box ammo all the time. Box of 50 or a box of 20.
So I usually buy like 520s or 250s. So if the price per round, it's times 100. I don't know. That makes
In
sense.
other words, G-Webs is too old and he doesn't know how to operate a calculator.
Well, I mean, like I basically do it.
I'm just saying these little skinny jeans European kids have all the time in the world to use a calculator. Some
Fuck
of
you! I
us
take
just
that
gonna,
personally because I do
gonna
No, I can just see it right now. G-Webs is breaking out the slide when we're trying to figure the math out.
The
No, I
difference is,
don't.
though,
I don't give a shit. I still just look at it. If they don't tell me in the box or the price per box, I just don't even do the math. I don't bother.
I
just
bother to do the math because I
nod
want
and
to.
smile because I don't care.
I do the math because I simply want to know how much more, how much less am I really paying for versus a whole case. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm only going to save 2 cents versus getting the whole case, then fuck it, I'll buy 50 at a time slowly. But if I'm going to
Exactly.
save 15 cents per round versus a whole, versus buying a whole case, then I'm going to do the math to figure that out because it's worth it to me.
$1 a
Yeah,
box
but I'm just saying
when you buy
a case is 20 boxes or 10 boxes. So it's
But
way
if you don't
easier
know
for
the
me
math,
to
then you
just
don't know how
go.
much you're saving, though.
I do know the math. Would you let me finish? If your box is $18, then a case is either 180 or twice that. So it's simple. So it's but way easier than going 25 times 0.25 or 0.42 or whatever the hell times 20 or times 50.
So case is 50 boxes of 20
Right.
or 20 boxes of 50.
Yeah, all I'm saying is I'm more used to doing that math in my head than trying to go back and forth. So if I look at a case and I look at it, I just divide it by 20 or 50, I guess, instead of trying to divide it by 500 or 1,000. Well, I guess 1,000's easy, but
I
a
do
lot of times pistols
the
500.
opposite of that. I figure out what it is per 100 and then figure out. Like if it's a box of 20, I'll times it by 5 so I know what the 1,000 would end up being. If that makes sense.
But anyway, basically we're saying the same thing, that you figure out a case is a bunch of boxes, not a bunch of individual rounds. So that's all I'm getting at.
Next, I'm going to figure out how much each grain of powder costs when you buy it in a bottle.
Exactly.
There's 7,000 grains per pound. There you go.
There's 16 ounces to a pound, 20 more to a key.
And and is it so 3 grains? You're probably getting 100 to 130.
I really
flakes.
wasn't serious.
Digital, you really did open up the Pandora's box on that one.
That's just something I'm familiar with. So it's
Yeah, that's a reloader
Estimate.
chat right there.
there's a snoozer.
Well, speaking of loaders, anybody see anything from Scotty? Not Scotty Don't, but the other Scotty, the heavyset Scotty.
He's usually on Dano's chats, isn't he?
I've seen him a lot on Sunday chats. But the reason I ask is I know he lives in the Indianapolis area. There were, tornadoes hit there earlier this week, and I know he lives in the outskirts. He doesn't live right in Indianapolis, and there was some loss of life and lots and lots of damage. So
Okay.
that's why I asked, because I'm like I saw that, and the first thing I thought was, oh God. Kind of sounds like the area where you lived. I just feel sorry for all those coffee cans, going spinning through the air.
Oh,
Oh, crap. Who let a Canadian in
it's
here?
Bob.
G-Web's fault.
You got to miss Chris's chat.
We totally forgot to talk about the VZ too.
Yeah, he would have said.
Damn, eh?
We didn't talk
VZ
about
is
the
the same thing as
VZ40
an
or the the VZ58 or the SVT40.
No one forgot. That
It's
was
the
done on
same thing
purpose.
as an AK. Just remove the disc cover and make the bolt lighter.
No, Chris was like, I'm gonna talk about it for like a half an hour, and then we totally didn't talk about it.
That's funny. Chris is a funny little guy.
sure we could say the same for you.
That's true. Yeah, I'm not a big guy. I'm only like 5'9" or 10 or something.
Yeah, you're little.
So, Bob, have you actually taken that 22 magazine out and tried it out?
Yes, I did. It worked. I'm not shitting you, man. No fucking jams, nothing. I only loaded to 100 rounds, but 100 rounds, not a hiccup. My finger was getting tired. I mean, I was really impressed because I took a bunch of my Butler Creeks out too, eh? 2 of them were good. They were flawless. 2 of them had stovepipes. So those ones I've marked and kind of put aside. Those are maybe just for shits and giggles magazines.
I'd say quit using gold modes.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't need any other magazines when you have a 100-round drum.
I'm actually tempted to buy another one. Because it's really easy to load too. It's just you got a little lever on the back of it, and you just pull the lever over and push the round in. Pull the lever over, push the round in. It's not hard at all.
That's what she said.
No, I'm old. We don't even think about that shit anymore. No, my world. It's just like, hi, honey. Have you fed the kids? Good. I'm going to bed now. Yeah, I ain't got energy to fucking hardly take a leak. Oh, man. Custom upload.
That's
What am
why
I
you
gonna
get
upload?
diapers.
You know, I've thought about it. It just might be easier, but, you know. Oh, that's a good picture of Fred. With his glowing, evil, bright red eyes. My snake has red eyes, man. It's just fucking freaky.
Yeah, Stephen, just drop out of college and use that money to buy one, and then save money back up and go back to school. There you go.
You know what? School's always a good idea. I mean, we've been, since my kids were born, we put money away so that there'll be money for them to go to university. And it's probably still not going to be enough, so they're probably going to have part-time jobs.
No, I thought in Canada they paid for college.
Oh, no, not if you're white and make a certain amount of money. No, it's yeah, you can get all kinds of scholarships and bursaries, and you know the government will guarantee a loan if you want to go to university and you have a high enough grade, you can borrow all the money you need to go to university. But you know, you damn well better be a doctor who's going to have a real successful business, because you're going to owe a lot of money. So I mean, what we have here is, if you the program we've got is like, as soon as the kids were born, we registered with this program, and we put in whatever we put in, the government would match. And then, of course, because you're putting money away over years, it grows because it's in an investment account. So, yeah, we'll have about 200,000 per kid. So, hopefully, they'll be able to get through school without having to work more than maybe just a part-time job for spending money.
Now, Bob, I got a question for you here. You said doctors get rich in Canada. How can they get rich when the government's paying them?
Well, because they pay them a lot. Like, make no mistake, man. Doctors are like, I mean, they're the guys driving the Porsches and stuff up here. They're also, the nice thing up here is it's a lot harder to sue a doctor. So, you know, that may be a downside. However, I mean, most of our healthcare is really good. And like I say, there's no death panels or any of that shit like they talked about on you know, like the Fox News talks about. But yeah, it's not. I mean, they say it's free, but it's not free, because I mean, I still have to pay for drugs. Except most companies will actually. That's part of the.
Oh, I hope you have to
How
pay.
did this turn into Canadian healthcare chat?
I have no fucking idea.
Done.
Somebody asked me about it. Just shut up now.
1911s or something.
Yeah. What the hell is that weird thing
half
you're
hour.
carrying that's in that picture of yours, G-Webs? What the hell is that?
You can't tell what that is?
It's a person.
It's a
It's a
it's
5.7.
not one of those Israeli ones, right?
No.
No, it's a person. That's what's
Belgium.
weird about that picture. There's a person.
No, the gun. I mean, the gun.
The new Mini Tavor.
Is it?
No,
No.
Oh,
it's a
no,
P90.
I don't know. I don't know what it
P90?
is, man.
It's a P90.
Oh, with the box magazine like they used on.
Turn sideways.
Oh, yeah, I know what that is. Yeah. Those are cool. They used them on that Stargate series. Have you ever shot one of those, G-Webs?
Very often, yes.
What are they like? I mean, are they? Because I've always heard, it's light recoil. It's a smaller caliber. All this. Are they like a sub gun, or are they like somewhere in between a sub gun and a rifle?
So you haven't picked one up before?
No.
They're solid. They're not solid plastic, but they're not like picking up an empty squirt gun or an empty plastic thing. They're fairly solid, so there must be some metal in there to make them dense. And then there's no recoil at all, and except for the fact that your thumbs are almost touching each other, which is kind of odd, or your fingers are kind of touching each other. Once you get past that, it's just you curl up into it and you shoot it. It's a nice little gun. That guy in that picture bought them for his daughters. He made the SBRs for his daughters so that they could shoot them, and they won't put them down whenever we take them out shooting. They're just walking around with those things like they're king of the shit.
Oh, hell yeah. Those are neat little guns. Like, what's the caliber? Is it a 30 caliber bullet?
No. 5.7 by 28, so it's basically
Yeah, it's a weird
223.
caliber, right?
Well, 5.56 and 5.45. Or I mean, 5.7, so it's a little bit bigger than 223.
Okay.
In diameter, the cartridge is a little bit smaller too, though.
Well, the cartridge is a lot smaller, yeah.
Yeah.
Cartridge is more like a little 9 or something.
But
Yeah,
it's not a little 9, it's like a big 9, though, isn't it?
I have no idea. I'm just saying physically. I don't know how big it is pressure-wise. They shoot
Yeah.
high pressure fast. I don't know. Not been to ballistics and stuff so much.
Yeah, well,
But, fun to shoot.
they
reload it.
like I say, I've never had a chance to pick one up. I'd love to.
Especially if you can get them up there with that short barrel. That's a registered rifle here.
Yeah. That might be, I don't know. I don't know whether we would be able to get it. That might be one of the ones they prohibited.
It's probably too cold for Canada.
Yeah, our damn conservative government bloody well better get rid of all them gun laws before they get kicked out.
Well, I don't.
They promised to, and I mean, politicians don't lie, right?
I don't know. I've seen. I think I've seen that rifle at the local gun store.
Really? I wonder if it's prohibited or not, though. Or not prohibited, but restricted.
I think the one that I've seen is a long barrel, though.
Yeah? Well, that'd be kind of weird. Imagine one of those with a 16.5-inch barrel.
Yeah, they do look pretty weird, actually.
Oh, what caliber is that?
Oh, it's that weird in-between caliber.
5.7.
5.7. Yeah. Actually, I seen a bunch of 5.7 for sale at Wholesale Sports the other day.
It's like it's like a miniature rifle round in shape.
Yeah, that's the thing that looks real. Plus the weird magazines.
This thing right here has the magazine or the bullets sideways, and then it turns them and as it feeds the gun.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just weird, and it's in 2 stacks, right? It just kind of goes like it's a U-shaped magazine almost, but flat.
No,
U.
look,
No?
just a double stack. Look, I've got a clear
Okay,
mag in
double
that
stack.
picture.
Okay, that's what it is.
I changed my picture. There's a clear magazine in it.
Yeah, much better.
No, I've seen
That
those.
is a weird looking gun, though. That looks science fiction.
They're about $2,200, but
Oh, well, I don't want one then.
in the ammunition, what was it? 1,100 rounds, I think, was $500.
Yeah. I'm thinking, no. Have you seen that, Flath, have you seen that on Canadian Ammo? They got short-barreled VZ58s.
No.
Like it's a 14.5-inch barrel, I think, or maybe a 12. Yeah, no, I think 14.5. So it's restricted, but I mean, who cares? It's a legal VZ, right? Because it all has to do with the date on the receiver for some stupid reason. So I'm thinking, you know what? Why not? Because I've got all these accessories. Buy a legal version. It's just, they're $700, I think now.
Bob, you get $700. Just don't drink or smoke for a week, and there you go.
Oh yeah. No, I've got a vapor. Well, I actually got a vaping system, and it's about $34 a month to vape. Right, get your nicotine through this liquid nicotine. Smoked cigarettes way more.
No,
and I mean,
dude, I paid $35 for my electric cigarette thing like more than a year ago.
Yeah.
And I've only ever bought $10 worth of juices for it.
Yeah.
So it's lasted me all this time. It doesn't cost anywhere near that much a month, dude.
Okay. Well, I mean, the little jars of juice are $35 here.
What?
Enough
But
for
still,
they'll last you about a month and a half.
I don't know. They last me a long time.
Yeah. Maybe smoking.
Well, that's
anyway.
Canada.
Regardless, it's still way cheaper than buying cigarettes, and it's way healthier for me. Plus, it's a gateway to quit, right? Because you can just lower the nicotine levels, and that's the way I want to.
You're just going to be doing electronic robot crack after this. It's a gateway to more electronic drug.
Anyway, it'll save me money, which means that I can then afford to buy some more handguns.
Well, yeah. What is a pack of smokes? Like $15 there.
Yep. Yeah, for 25 cigarettes, it's about $15. Hey, it's like $30 for 12 beer, man. We're big into sin taxes here. Like if it's drinking or smoking, they can tax the crap out of it. Nobody will say anything.
Because you need your liquor and smokes.
Well, you don't really, but you just want it because makes the rest of the. It's really good for the winter because when it's fucking 50 below outside, you can't go outside.
Well, I was going to say,
on TV. I mean, I reached the end of the internet a couple of years ago.
You've seen every YouTube video ever made.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, I was off work for a couple of years there. It was like, my shoulders were healing. It was awful. Yeah, there's this shit on. For the first month or two, there was something to watch. After that, you realized you've watched everything. Fuck. Well, everything that interests you, right? That's how I discovered the gun channels. It's like, wait, there's people putting YouTube videos about guns up? Oh, cool! Fucking A. Yeah, but those drum magazines, man, those are just the fucking best. I couldn't hear any of that.
No.
Me either. Was that Mark trying to say something?
I don't know.
Speaking of gun channels, anybody seen Had Your Hair at Gun Geek in a while?
Oh yeah, he still does his. Yeah, Gun Geek still does his stuff. He was actually supposed to invite me to a chat because we were beacon back and forth at each other in one of his videos. But he didn't, so I forgot about it.
Yeah, Gun Geek's around. He puts out videos. Unless he's like me, he'll be able to see videos of mine until almost the end of January. So I could die tomorrow and you guys will still see, oh, he's still alive. He's putting out videos.
Yeah. Oh, you set it for automatic? Upload?
Yeah, scheduled.
Oh. So you could be dead right now. Oh no, you're doing a chat, so I guess that wouldn't work. Unless you've trained one of your
No,
cats.
he just scheduled this live chat ahead of time too.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, see, could have done that, yeah. Just repost it and hope nobody notices whether the little red light said live or not. I know tonight when I first went to the gun channels, I was like, clicked on it, and I'm going, oh, it's just starting. Hey, and I listened for a few minutes and realized, gee, that sounds familiar. And then look down, and it's like, no, it's not live. I think I had a old window up or something.
You're probably watching mine from last night.
Yeah, probably. I mean, right now I have 3 windows up, and one's this, and one's CIA Rogue Agents, and the other one's Bicentennial Man, you know? Good board. Yeah, I'm now watching movies I don't even like just because it's something to do.
Thankfully, I have not hit the bottom of Netflix quite yet.
Yeah. Have you checked out Orphan Black yet, Cork?
No, it's not on Netflix.
Yeah, I heard it was.
Tell you it is, I think.
Are.
Oh, maybe only in Canada. Only in Canada? Pity.
Could be. It's not streaming on Netflix.
I found it somewhere though.
Yeah, that girl's awesome. She was born like not far from me in Regina. Yes, she was born in a city called Regina.
Oh, I hope she came out of her vagina.
But I mean, amazing actor. She plays like 12 I don't know how. I lost count of how many characters she's playing, and they're clones, and it's just like holy crap. To think of one person doing all those characters. Probably cheaper for the production crew too.
Well, now they're advertising to Netflix. The Netflix original, The Killing, Season 4 begins August 1st. Thanks for telling me that over a month away.
Be right back.
Flath, are you thinking about getting this end of the world combo?
I don't know. I seen it. That seemed like a pretty awesome deal, but since I already got an AR, I don't really need another one.
You can never have too many.
Considering I'm running out of room in my gun safe.
That's what a new gun safe is for.
Yeah, well, the gun safe I'm looking at is like $2,000.
And then you just use the old one for ammo.
What was that?
Can you guys get Liberties up there?
I said
we can get.
You can get a Fat Boy Junior down here for like 13.
Yeah, and all like.
What's that hold?
I gotta turn my volume up here. What was that? Sorry. Hello.
What were you saying, Beaver? He's driving. He must have cut out for a second.
Sorry, I like that. I said you get a Fat Boy Junior Fat Boy Jr. down here for like 13 delivered from Liberty.
Yeah, I think a typical Liberty safe runs around 2,000. But like me, I want to get myself in I don't know, about a 35 gun safe. I think maybe quite safe with that. That, and I can start storing some of my important documents and stuff like that in it without worrying about shit going missing.
So you're saying that stuff just kind of disappears from your house when you're not home?
Oh, like all my gun paperwork and stuff like that seems to always go missing. So I'm always phoning the RCMP for my transportation papers and gun permits and shit like that. They're getting quite pissed off about that.
Well, then you might want to check to make sure you don't have any pack rats.
I've me and the wife, we do a lot of cleaning where things tend to pile up, and then once it piles up enough, then we do a mass clean in the house, and usually stuff ends up in the garbage bin without being overlooked.
Well, it's easy to do. Throw away something you don't mean to.
Yeah, happens all the time. Yeah, because it sucks because without my gun permit or anything like that, I can't take any of my restricted to the gun range,
Mm-hmm.
and it sucks.
Yeah, I just cleaned my room today, and I got rid of a whole bunch of stuff, and I probably threw something I should have kept away. But,
Yeah.
oh well. I'm not going to go through every single frickin' piece of paper. That's too much work. Is anybody else freaked out by Bob's picture?
No.
Oh, every time he talks, it's like, he's got a snake crawling out of his belly. I do have to say, I ended up ordering myself the Kershaw Emerson, which is a new design. They just recently hit the market, so I'm really interested in getting that and seeing how well it's going to do. I did it just in time, too. They're supposed to... Oh, they tend to sell out really fast when they do get them in. And everybody's on back order waiting for them to come in. So I got it just the right time.
Right on.
I can't afford a real Emerson, so I'm going with the Kershaw mass-produced version.
Go with what you can afford.
Mm-hmm.
As long as it's not a Caltech.
Well, I know G-Webs doesn't live by the same philosophy I do, but hey. Yes, I'd love to be able to not have to worry about having a $2, $3, $4 knife in my pocket. But if I did, I did have that, then I'd be a little bit worried about it, and that's why I carry a $400 gun. It's not because it's a cheap gun. It's a value gun. You get a lot of money, or you get a lot of value for what you pay for. You get a lot of gun.
Yeah.
Kind of like the same reason why you carry a Glock. Because it's something that can be easily replaced. It's not like you're sitting there carrying around a Kimber or an H&K where that gun ends up getting confiscated or what have you. You're not out.
Yeah.
A couple grand. $1,200 to a couple grand on a firearm. That would basically cripple me. I would not be able to replace that firearm. Heck, if my 2022 got confiscated for whatever reason, it would take me just a little bit of time to get another one. But it wouldn't take me the same amount of time it would take to save up for a Kimber Ultra Carry. Good example there, like $1,500.
Yeah.
I can replace that $50, $45 knife I carry every day pretty easily. Actually, I just come home and pick out a different knife for my case, but I shouldn't say case anymore. I should say case ends. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 different storage boxes for my knives. Hey, they look all nice displayed in them.
Yep. And all I got a Pelican case, I think.
Ooh, yep. Those are really nice.
Yeah, I got a Pelican case for long rifle, double level. So on the top level, I got a cutout of my AR and a cutout for my IWI Jericho. And on the bottom level, I got a cutout for my Rossi Circuit Judge and my brain fart. My 45 long Colt Winchester and my 45 long Colt revolver on the bottom level. So it's pretty cool setup I got in that case. Weighs a ton when it's loaded, but
Well, you don't have to worry about your guns in there either. That's the nice thing about Pelican cases. They are so fucking tough.
yeah.
I just have a small one, and if I have to transport my carry gun anything, I can carry gun anywhere. I can. I gets my 2022 in there, and two spare mags can fit in there, and then my Uplula loader as well will fit in there.
Yeah.
And that's for one of the small boxes, and the mags stack on top of each other. But other than that, It's a nice system, and I don't have to worry about that case. I've actually used it because I'm like, I can't quite reach what I'm trying to reach, so actually you only need like a couple inches. So I just stood out on my tiptoes. And I'm a big dude, you know, when I was doing that I was over 300 pounds. And the case didn't even flex or anything. They really do work.
Mm-hmm.
And for what you pay for them, they're not that much money. I think there's a actually I think it's a Canadian company that makes cases very similar to the Pelican cases. Can't remember their name though. I've got a couple of their knockoffs from a watch company. A watch company actually hired them to do a prototype to make a box to put their watch in to sell. You know, and then also to make storage boxes. So this Canadian company did it, and then they took the prototypes they got from the Canadian company, sent them to China, and had China do it. A big, huge lawsuit. Which the watch company did end up losing. So all they did is slightly modify the box to make it their own.
Yeah.
They've got one of the original clones, which I didn't even know at the time, because the stupid guy the watch companies was, you know, touting about how these were the true boxes when they're a Chinese knockoff. That's how they caught the asshole, and they have a couple of the knockoff versions.
Yeah, it's funny watching the different documentaries about car manufacturers and suing the Chinese government for
Copyright infringement.
for copyright. Yeah, because the Chinese, they like the idea of the Western world's vehicles, also some of the European vehicles, so they just mass produce copies of them for next to nothing of the price.
Oh, hell yeah. The Top Gear actually did a show on it.
Yeah, that's when I first watched or heard about it. And like the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and the Chinese version is like just as good for like under half the price.
You can't say just as good. I mean, it's got a lot of the visual appealing, but then they throw this little cheap engine in it.
Yeah, but
it looks almost identical.
me myself, I think I might knock off.
Oh, that car sure looks like a BMW. Top speed's only 80 miles an hour, but it looks like a BMW.
Well, you buy that vehicle for, let's say, 15 grand, and you take the engine out and you put a big block Chevy V8 in it.
Yep. There you go.
There you go. Speed problem solved.
It's kind of like the wasn't the Daewoo is the were they Chinese or are they Korean? I think they're Korean.
Daewoo, I think that's Korean.
Yeah, the Korean it's all these, these big, huge sedans. They look great on the outside, but then they got these teeny tiny little engine inside. You open up the hood, and it's crazy. But you could buy, what would be a $20,000 car for like, 750. Excuse me, 7,500.
Yeah.
And they put this shitty little engine in it.
But
They look good.
But if you're driving in a city that has a population of 1 billion people, do you really need a 500 horsepower engine?
No. It's definitely a lot better than the cars they originally had, which basically were a moped engine.
Yeah. Like even some of the European cars, like the European, what is it, Ford
Fiesta?
Focus or something. Yeah, it's got like a 1 liter EcoBoost engine.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently it has like 130 horse or something out of a 1 liter 2-cylinder engine.
I know.
It's like, holy Christ.
Yeah, that's a big difference between the European market and, I'm sure the Canadian market's very similar to the U.S. market. That...
Like me, myself, I like to see more diesel vehicles.
Me too. Only problem is you buy a diesel vehicle, what would cost you, $40,000 for the diesel version. You can buy the normal version for $20,000.
Yeah. Well, Chevy, they came out with their Chevy Cruze diesel this past year, and fully loaded Chevy Cruze diesel is about 34 to 35,000.
Fully loaded. Gas version is how much? Because I don't know much about the Chevy models.
The gas one, I think, is between 25 and 28, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And the diesel is 35.
$7,000 to $10,000 more roughly.
Yeah,
that just doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't really fly in this. At least in America, that doesn't really fly that well.
But like me, like I'm used to diesel vehicles, and I don't really think of it as the price difference. I think about it as the fuel mileage difference.
Yep.
Because that Chevy Cruze, I bet you can go damn near over 1,000 miles between fuel ups, while a gas, you're probably looking at
4.
Yeah, let's say about 300-400.
Mm-hmm.
Like the diesel is by far a better engine, and it uses much less fuel to operate.
Yes, it does.
The only setback is if you live in cold weather.
That's all of Canada.
Yeah, but like most car manufacturers now, they test their vehicles in Canada.
Yeah, I know.
Porsche, Lamborghini, Land Rover, Jaguar, they do all their extreme winter tests in Canada.
Well, it's better than in Europe.
Most of like Northern Europe, hardly any of the roads are plowed.
Yep.
So they can't really do any proper tests.
That is true. Look at, I know on up in like I think it's Switzerland. They do the testing for the ice drive. How cars handle on ice because they basically drive on a freaking lake.
Yeah. But like if they want to test a vehicle at 40, 50 below sea, this is the ideal place to test.
Oh, yes.
I'm back.
Because you got enough people living there to plow the roads.
Yeah, not all Canadians and Americans migrate south in the wintertime.
Hey, Bob's back.
I'm back.
Do you just double up on your meds?
Nope. No, I just had to go upstairs for a minute.
So why is that snake crawling out of your belly?
Oh, that's Freddy.
It sure looks like it's eating its way up through your belly.
Yeah, no. It's just that's him in his little tank.
I know those are wood chips in his water bowl, but it just kind of looks like flesh and
His
fat.
eyes are so weird. It's so hard to get a picture because his eyes are red. It's really hard to get a picture that shows his eyes.
Well, they're not red, they're pink. It's albino.
Oh, pink. Yeah. We had a rabbit that was pink too, but Fred ate him. That'd be really cute if they lived together, but apparently snakes and rabbits don't get along. No, Fred actually didn't eat a rabbit.
I was going to say he's too rabbit.
Oh yeah, he's just a little guy. He's only 3 feet long.
If it was a mouse, it's a different story.
Yeah, well, he's even not on full-grown mice. He's still just eating fuzzies, like teenage mice.
Yeah, that's one thing I was happy about when I was working at a pet store. Couldn't sell any exotic snakes. They had to all be local, and so nobody's interested in owning, a garter snake or a grass snake or.
Yeah.
So that was just a law the city the store was in.
Yeah.
So I didn't have to deal with the snakes.
Well, snakes are fine. I mean, I didn't like them either till my daughter got one, and then I went, well, you know what? They're okay. And then for some reason, my wife and kids bought me one. I have no idea. They live a
I said I didn't have to deal with them. I didn't say I just don't like dealing with them. I don't think people shouldn't own them or anything like that. It's just I don't want to deal with them. Not my kind of pet. Just like I'm not a big fan of lizards.
Yeah, they're interesting.
They're cool to look at, but I don't want to take care of them.
They're so easy to look after, though. That's a bonus with them. You feed them once a week. It's so much easier than like cats that you got to feed like twice a day. Plus, cats want to get petted. I mean, every once in a while, Fred will come out to get picked up and petted and played with, but he's a snake. He only wants to do that once a month or so.
Yeah, I want to be able to, the pet. So.
Yeah, it was really funny. A friend of ours, we were telling her, like we had a couple of snakes, and she's like, "Oh, I can't come over there." Then we're like, "Why?" Well, you'll have snakes roaming around, and I'm like, we have cats and a dog. You really think we could let corn snakes run around free? Like they would be the biggest cat toy you ever seen.
That is true.
Yeah, they're not as good as an aquarium for entertaining a cat, but pretty close. We got one cat. He'll just sit outside the snake tank and stare at the snake. If the snake's out, it's just like, I'm just gonna stare at you, and the snake will kind of look at the cat and whatever, buddy. There's a glass wall between us.
Well, I've got fish, and Phobos just has a fascination with the fish tank.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, fish to a cat are just like, oh my god, I gotta look at this. I gotta look at this.
Yeah, it's the funniest thing in the world. You'll sit there and stand on top of the tank and look down the little opening in the back.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, that could just break on you, and you'll end up going for a swim.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll stand on the cover of the tank.
Yep.
That's one thing, like some of our snake tanks, we had to reinforce because the cats were sitting on top of them and bending the screen and stuff to the point where it was getting close to breaking. So it's like, well, that's not good because like corn snakes are notorious for escaping. You leave them any leeway, they will escape, and then they'll just live in their walls for a while and then die and start to smell.
Yeah, Cork on the Chevy website here, and the base model Cruise is 16,000.
Okay, that's
And
for a
then-
manual.
Yeah, so then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 series up is the Cruise Diesel. That starts at 25,045, and then the Cruise LTZ is one up from that, and it starts at 26,800.
A cruise LTZ, like a performance cruise.
Well, I think it's
Too fucking funny.
I think the LT's, yeah, I don't know.
It's like
LTZ, I think,
it's
is
like a
just
minivan that says RT on it, you know.
Do you Canadians pronounce the letter Z like the English do and just say Z?
Sometimes, I mean, it depends where you live. I mean, we have so much
Is that-
influence from down south.
I'm sorry, I call it a Z06, not a Z06.
Yeah, I think Z when I see it on a car.
It's not how we do it in the States, you know.
It's a Z. It's a Z,
Yeah.
not a Z. It's a Z.
Yeah. Yeah, ZED, not ZEEEEE.
Yeah, unlike the UK people, you know, if we saw, you know, what was that one? The C
Oh,
apostrophe D.
Oh,
You know how they do that? We just say seed.
well, it's also Toyota, the Toyota Prius or the Toyota Prius.
It's a Prius, not a Prius, but
Tomato, tomato, potato, potato.
Aluminium.
That's right.
aluminium.
It don't really freaking matter. As
Yeah,
long as
we
we can
don't
get along at
pronounce
the gun
every.
range,
Yeah,
we're good. Yeah.
There is no need to pronounce every letter in the word than some that aren't there.
Yeah.
Aluminum,
Aluminum.
not
That's what I said.
aluminium.
Well, I don't say aluminium. I say aluminum.
Yeah.
That's because
Well,
I'm
you
from
say
the West.
battery.
I say battery.
No, you say battery all the time.
I don't
It's
say battery. It's
You say
battery.
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 It's battery.
It's a battery. It's got bats
The
in it.
battery.
Produces power.
Yeah, you say a battery all the time, Bob.
Yeah,
No.
we also call it roof, not roof.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool looking. Whatever it is.
I do both pronunciations on that. It's kind of weird. It's either rough or rough.
Rough
You
or
said
roof.
Rough or roof.
Rough or
There we go.
roof.
Sorry.
Roof or roof.
That gets interchanged here in Northeast Wisconsin a lot.
Yeah. Oh, where the hell?
Are you a rougher or a roofer?
Rougher, yeah.
I get used to a lot of these different pronunciations, but then again, I do watch a lot of British television.
Yeah, that helps
By
a
a lot
lot.
of by a lot of British television, I mean Top Gear.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna say that stay away from American Top Gear.
Oh, that is the worst. Okay.
Oh, it
It's
was a,
still on air. I don't know how it's still on air. Like the new season's
they
out.
tried hard, but
They tried hard. They're still putting it out. The new season's out right now.
yeah.
Like, when I first started watching Top Gear UK, I also started watching Top Gear Australia, and I thought Top Gear Australia was the worst thing out there until I seen Top Gear US.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
my God.
Now, yeah, wait till you hear what Top Gear US is now. They just take and rehash the UK version of the show, but they only do like we're going to pick these 3 1980s cars. And the winner of this gets to drive around in, whatever, particular car that, that they're getting, whether it be the Ferrari 458 or, they're doing this production Nissan last time I heard. And so they do these, like this last one was doing that. Remember when the UK did the tractor into the snow machine? The
Actually, I just
snowplow?
was watching that episode about 2
Oh,
hours
they
ago.
turned a combine into a snowplow.
Yeah, combined into a snowplow with a flamethrower.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Did Jeremy have like an explosive device also with that flamethrower?
No, it was just
No.
a flamethrower, and then they also had a thing that spewed gravel everywhere.
Yeah. Now here's the U.S. version of that. They did a short bus. That's how they did it in the U.S. They made it from a short bus. There was a plow on the front.
Mm.
They had a little cedar, those little garden cedars. When you push, lawn seed around, that's what their sprayer was on the back. And then there was a flamethrower on it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, we get that. I know there's people here that they've got the Tiger torches. Hook them up to a 20-pound propane tank, and you got like 20 feet of cord, and you just go and melt all the snow off your sidewalk and your driveway and shit.
Yeah. Now, just think about this.
Doesn't
It's
work, but
almost
it's really
like,
cool.
it's it's identical to the UK version, except that they went and used a short bus instead of a combine.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of. Yeah. But
And
I mean,
the only other difference was whatever that Adam Ferreira guy, I think his name is.
yeah.
He had explosives too. But one of the things is he burned a car,
Adam,
just like in the
Adam.
UK version.
Yeah. There you go.
Adam, is that the fat guy or the skinny asshole guy?
No, it's not. Adam is the guy with the mole on his face.
Oh,
The New Yorker.
The Brooklyn.
Yeah, he's they call him the Wrecker, I think it is.
Yeah, and every vehicle he's ever driven has never survived an entire episode.
Yeah. It's so bad.
Like, they're not funny. They don't get along well. And, like, it's...
Yeah, you got Tanner Fox, the driver. And, because he's a driver, he's always going to be cocky. Race drivers just have that mentality.
Yeah, it's
You
like a
have
fighter
to
pilot.
be a race driver, And the fat guy, he's supposed to be a comedian, but he's not very funny.
Yeah,
Too true.
And the actual comedian is that Adam guy. He's actually a comedian, and he's never funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they could have casted a lot better crew, I think. But I think with the American Broadcast Association, they can't do a lot like what the UK guys can.
Yep. Well, the UK Top Gear doesn't have a budget. That's why they only get like 6 shows in a season. Or they call the series there. Here in the US, they're under a strict budget.
Like, there's... Yeah, it's still a 12 episode... It's still a 12 episode season. It's just that they split their seasons up weird. Like, you got from... what is it? From January to 6 weeks is one season, and then from November to the end of December is another season.
No, what they normally do, this is what I've seen anyway, this is my history of it, they kind of have like an early year. I think the UK version this year was in April. And then they'll do one later in the year too, where it'll be like 6 episodes, and then their holiday special just happened to be the one that kind of like fell. That's how they opened up this last season, was with the holiday special in like April.
Yeah.
And they'll do something like in September or October in that range.
Anyway, everybody welcome Chris. Hey, Chris.
Yo,
Welcome back, Chris.
How's it going,
Yeah.
Chris?
just hanging up for a little bit before I go to bed. So,
Yeah.
what's going on?
Look at that.
Yeah.
Nothing.
I'm not looking forward to this weekend. I'm not going to be doing any damn thing. Upper 80s and almost 100% humidity.
Oh yeah, we'll be warm, but not that kind of humidity. We got a dry heat, kind of.
I haven't done anything in 3 weeks.
This nice thing where I live, I mean, even if it rains a lot and then gets hot, it's only muggy for like half a day, and then the water is just all evaporated or sucked into the ground or whatever. And then it's a dry heat.
Yeah. Yesterday was the only nice day we had. It didn't rain.
Oh, we've
Today
our
was
weather's
without rain,
starting
but
to turn
today
nice
was
now.
as humid as hell.
Yesterday was the first day I left the house in 3 weeks.
Dang. What'd you do? Run out of...
Sicker than a dog.
Oh, okay. Sorry to hear that.
No, I somehow came down with mono.
What?
Yeah.
You got to quit hanging around with those high school girls, man.
I was gonna say, was your wife cheating on you?
I don't know. I think we came to the conclusion that she's a carrier. 'Cause I don't know, like, oh man, I've been sick for 3 weeks. Actually, just looks like, show you something that I've been kind of doing.
Yeah. Well, he's not listening to us. There's no such thing as a carrier.
Yeah, and you know what it is, right? He's always said, the thing he likes about high school girls is he keeps getting older, but they stay the same.
Yeah. Well, sadly, I'm in the very rare percentage that I get mono reoccurring. You normally only get it once, and that's all the symptoms you have. Although you have it your rest of your life, it's all that.
Doesn't have anything to do with that teenage gymnastics team you teach,
I don't know.
What'd you get,
I don't know
man?
how well it's showing up.
Oh,
Oh no,
tell
this is. I've been so bored. I actually stripped the varnish off my SKS.
SKS.
What's SKS? Okay.
And I stained it a nice dark green color.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it actually turned out quite nice, actually. And I'm still stripping all the bluing off of the rifle, off of all the metal, and I'm re-bluing it or cold bluing it.
Okay, cool, man.
Well, that's cool. Yeah. Normally, when I'm sick, I don't want to do anything. Even if I'm super bored, I don't even want to watch television. I just want to lay there in misery and complain about being sick.
Cry a little.
Yeah.
Well, the chat was a success today, so that was good.
Evening, Sean.
Good evening, guys. How we doing?
Just fine.
Just peachy.
We had that official alternatives to AR/AK rifles, alternative rifles, and yeah, everybody loved the Scar H, nice. To be exact.
I'll have to check it out.
Except for Quark.
Thank you. I went with the Steyr.
Oh, I don't know. The AUG?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's neat, but
it shoots a Gopher round. Yes, I know.
I don't think it's a great rifle.
I think
the best rifle is a VZ58 in a carbine model or in 223. I mean, that's way better.
I'm sorry. I think the Steyr AUG for me. I'm going by aesthetics.
That's right.
Hey, look at this one. Look at this one that's in the chat there, the internal, man. That is a fucking badass little gun.
We didn't what do you call this? we didn't mention the BC-58 or any of its ilk. So
Yeah, I know. I wasn't there. I couldn't hold up that end of the.
SVT-40.
we did mention SVT-40 in passing. That's about it.
Yep.
Yeah, but you know what? Bob,
It's
I
nice.
think-
It's actually one of the nicer semi-automatic battle rifles I've fired.
That's
But-
badass. I'm just looking at that right now.
That is cool.
It's got a hefty price tag on it, but you know, it's badass looking though.
It doesn't
Oh,
look as cool as a Skyroad. I'll say that.
Hold that stock up, and what do you got, man? It's like.
It's a AK pistol, basically, right? Isn't that what it is?
Yeah, but
That's
with a
badass
full
looking.
stock. Yeah.
Little short barrel. I mean, that's good for good close quarters.
And I'm pretty sure these you can.
Wow, you guys are
get-
pricing.
Oh, I know,
Canadian
it's
price
expensive as
Glocks. Canadians price Glocks are way too high.
Like, these are Canadian prices. Wow.
Yeah.
Yep.
M&P 40 for almost $700.
Ooh,
Well, the
that.
range, yeah, my local gun shop was charging $670 for the M&P 9 for the one with the range kit. That's why I ended up getting the Glock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this: the reason Canadian pistol prices are higher is the demand's not there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's part of it. It's harder to get your pistol permit. Once you've got it, though, it's like you can pretty much buy it. You can just go down to the gun store and go, "I'll take that one," and they give it to you, and you take it home. You can get them mailed to you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You guys can get a lot of guns that we can't get down here, though, right? You
Oh,
guys
yeah.
can get-
Well, you
Yeah,
look
but we
this.
can also get something a lot easier than anybody in Canada can get, and that's a concealed carry permit.
That's true, and we are allowed to ask for one, but they never give us one.
And you guys are limited to 5 rounds, which bites.
For
10 round of pistols.
Yeah, pistols it's 10 because I mean
Pistols
it's.
is 10, that ain't bad, yeah.
Then you just go to yourself. Well, I want the biggest. I'll get a 10 mil. 10
Yeah.
rounds of 10 mil. That's the most I can get.
Might as well. Or carry a
Yeah.
357 or something, a revolver. I mean,
Yeah.
if you're going to be limited on rounds, you might as well make them all count.
Yeah. If am I in that situation where I'm limited to 10, I'm going with 6 rounds and a.
But
and
I
a
mean,
revolver
I
and
feel
357.
adequately armed with my M&P Shield with, 8 rounds. For everyday situation. Being the average Joe Blow citizen, I'm not going to encounter anything where I'm going to need to change out 3 mags in a gunfight.
Yeah, I'm one of the weird people. I'd be very comfortable carrying around a revolver and a speed strip. That's all I carry around with a revolver.
One reload for a 38 or 357 stubby revolver. Yeah, and
But
for
if
most people that should be good.
Yeah, with a semi-auto, I don't want to carry less than 15 rounds.
Well,
That's just me and a semi-auto. It's a weird mentality.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you know what?
Well, you know what?
You
You
know
do
what?
burn more rounds with a semi-auto.
Yeah. Well, with the single stack with the shield, like I carry 1 mag, 8 rounds within the gun. Then I carry the mags are so thin you can throw another mag in your pocket. Another 8-round mag, and there's your capacity right there. You have just as much as
That's 16 rounds.
Stack. So I mean, it's
Yeah, but you know what? Like, if I had the option of carrying, I think I might get. You guys might tell me to fuck off or whatever, but I'd probably choose the Bond Arms Snake Slayer.
So you just want to go
the 45 long Colt 410.
Yeah.
The one, that one there, and use number 4 shot.
I've looked at those before. Those things look like they'd be like brutal to shoot. I can imagine out of a small gun like that shooting 45 long. That's brutal.
I think Hickok just did a video on that.
Yeah. Well, they've got a fairly fat handle, though, eh? So.
Oh, do they? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they come in all different types of sizes.
Yeah. Well, not only that, but I mean, with 410 and 45 long Colt, it's if you're someone who can't handle the 45 long Colt recoil, you go to a 410 slug.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think actually Hickok did just do the video on it like this week.
Actually, yeah, no, you're right. He did do a video, but like I've been thinking about this ever since I first seen the Bond Arms Snake Slayer. What was that, about 3 years ago?
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what? You take that 410 with number 4 shot. That's what, 3 or 4
About 3
pellets.
balls per round.
Yeah,
Well,
so,
and it takes 3-inch magnums, that thing, so you could put, yeah, I think you go 4, those number 4 buckshot.
so you go with that one pull, you got like 4 rounds going down range.
Yeah. Not
Hey.
super high velocity, but about the same as a 45 auto.
But if some guy's trying to rob you,
If you're
I
only
think that's
facing
all
one
you need.
guy, that should work. But I'd be worried if you're facing 3 guys.
Yeah, and that'd be the problem. I mean, up here you're probably never going to face more than one person because, well, there isn't that many of us.
You might face 3 bears.
Yeah, it might be 3 bears though.
3 bears, yeah.
But if I'm in bear country, I'm carrying a 12-gauge pump with as many rounds. Like you can have 10 rounds in a pump gun here in a shotgun. That's the stupidity of our gun laws. Oh, here's the good part.
Or
We own
or
if we own a personal defense.
Like you could also go unlimited if you own a 22.
Oh yeah. And yeah, like make no mistake, that drum I bought, fucking flawless, man. Didn't misfire once. I've never had a new magazine that didn't have some kind of fuck up.
Well,
But
I'm
this
just
thing,
gonna say, if you're facing bear and you're shooting with the 22, you're just gonna piss the bear off.
Oh no, you can kill them. Actually, there's been grizzly bears killed with 22 rimfires. I mean, this one woman was attacked by one and got into her house, and when the bear was smashing through the door, she shot it in the head with a 22 rimfire and killed it dead.
Well, there are those instances where, somebody had a toothpick and, happened to kill the guy with a toothpick. Weird things do happen.
Yeah.
My uncle, my uncle killed a black bear with a 22. It took 15 rounds, but it still killed him.
Yeah, and imagine you've got 100 rounds. I mean, you can spit out at that bear. That's like, so every 32 rounds is like a blast from a 12 gauge with buckshot.
And before you can get to 32 rounds, so.
Mm.
That's what I'm getting.
But yeah, I would rather.
You're going to get a couple shots off before the bear gets.
I'd rather have a 12 gauge, with slug loads and,
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, that will handle the bear just fine. All I take when I go camping, I take my Ruger 1022 and I take my little double barrel cowboy shotgun, because fuck, it'll kill anything.
Hey, Bob, you have anything in 308?
Oh yeah, lots. Yeah.
Okay.
You thinking of getting one?
Nah.
No.
Unless of course unless I sell my Mosin.
Yeah. And that's kind of what it replaces. I bought a Mosin and it's just like I've shot it 4 or 5 times and just gone, I might sell it because I'm not really into it, and
yeah.
The SVT-40 is way more fun to shoot. The only reason I'm keeping it really, I think, is because it doubles. Like I have the SVT-40 and the Mosin, so it's an excuse to have 500 rounds for the SVT-40.
Yeah, well, but isn't like the ammo cheaper up there for 308s?
It's not expensive. It's fairly cheap. We can get like Chinese surplus in 308.
Yeah, exactly. Unlike here, where 308's $1 a shot.
Oh yeah, no, ours isn't.
Let's see, how much is 308?
I think Canadian Ammo has probably got some sales on, or not sales, but just prices on the Canadian.
Let's see, the cheapest 308 here is about, these are military surplus though, for like 45 cents a round for the, and that's, 45 cents a round is the cheapest you can find around here.
Yeah.
Which isn't horrible.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if ours is that much cheaper, but.
Yeah.
I was gonna say you get the Chinese surplus, which is.
Yeah. Well, part of the neat thing about being able to get that shit too is you're talking about pistols is we can get a Norinco copy of a Sig 226 that people have used it, and it's just like it's crude, it's a little rough on the finishing and stuff like that, but it's like works flawlessly. Every time you pull the trigger, it goes bang. Sig 226 parts fit on it. They say as you get it from the factory, it's got crappy grips that move around, but you can put a set of 226 grips on it, and it's like going to just be like a 226. It's a freaking copy. They're terrible for that, but it's cool to get because you know how much money they are. They're like $400.
That ain't bad.
Yeah. And like I say, I mean, I just read one of our Canadian gun magazines did a test on handguns for Canadians, right? Like a 9mm. Everything was in 9s. And the SIG they had, the extractor broke. But the Norinco just ran flawlessly. They said, one's $900, one's $389 or something. What are you gonna buy? One's a whole lot prettier, but it broke. So that's what I've been thinking is, thing is, if I get a 9, I want it to be a Browning high power because that's what my dad was going to carry.
Realistically, though, you think can you afford one of those?
A Brown? Yeah, they go about $1,000 here, like for a decent World War II vintage.
Realistically, though, would you try if you were going to carry a pistol? I mean, if you have a lower price range, what'd you get?
That's a good question, Chris. I mean, because I've always been a revolver guy. I like revolvers.
You look like a revolver guy.
Yeah. Well, my brother he's a gun collector, and he used to buy these 38 Chief Specials from Pakistan and India, and they'd never been fucking fired. Like 1950s vintage 38 Smith & Wesson Chief Specials that, the Paul hadn't even made a mark on the cylinder.
Those are nice.
That pristine, eh?
Well, revolvers are pretty guns. I mean, they really are. I mean,
they're art.
I mean, you put a nice shiny revolver next to a Glock or whatever, and it's like, wow, I mean, it's just pretty to look at. Revolvers are very pretty guns to look at. I do appreciate them. I've owned several in the past.
Would you ever want to get, like, say, I'm just, because sometimes we have to settle for something different. So,
yeah.
If in my 9mm, if you can't get a high power, would you settle for a Smith & Wesson 5906?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, if I couldn't get the high power, I'd settle for that. I mean, if I couldn't get the high power, I would settle for one of these Norinco 226 copies, because that's a good, proven handgun that everybody likes.
It's a knockoff.
Yeah, it's a knockoff, but it works, right? I mean, I don't have a problem with them copying them. I really should, but I don't, because it just means I get a gun for cheaper. I'm a hoe to guns. As long as I can get one to put my hands on, I'm like, oh, I don't care where it comes from.
Yep. Yeah, I wish we could still get Norincos here.
Yeah, that's really not true. I wouldn't want an illegal gun or anything that's been used in a crime or anything like that. But
not that you want to tell us about.
Like, I would have no problem if somebody said, "I've got a Pakistani-made Colt 45," and I looked at it and it looked pretty good. Tested it, and it functioned good. I would be like, yeah. And he wanted a cheap price for it, and it was legal. I'd go, yeah.
It's okay. You don't have to tell us about that stuff that the fellow fell off a boat.
Yeah, no.
I don't know.
Hey, I don't know. You wouldn't go with the Norinco?
Canada has a lot of lakes. There's probably a lot of lakes there with a lot of waterproof canisters full of stuff.
Oh, actually, there was a YouTube video on this guy who was like all about this is how you put stuff underwater, or maybe that was Doomsday Preppers, but he was hiding all this shit underwater. All this technology of how he, would figure out how much weight he would need to keep this volume underwater and all this crap. It was just like, man, and you're doing this because you're worried about a tsunami. Well, all your stuff's going to be gone. The freaking wave comes in and it's 100 feet high. It sucks everything off the bottom.
Nah, yeah, tsunami my ass. He's looking for something else.
Yeah.
He's prepping for anarchy. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm prepping for, I don't know, ice storm or something that means I can't get food for a few months or something. The prepping for the 2 years you need to survive after a nuclear holocaust. Oh, that's way beyond me.
Yeah, that takes just too much time and too much money. I see some of these guys. It's like, wow, how do you afford to do all that? I mean, God bless them if they can do it, but that's gonna cost thousands and
that's
thousands.
The one thing I laugh at. That's the one thing I laugh at about all these like doomsday preppers. Is that if shit ever really did hit the fan, with the amount of nuclear power plants we have on this planet, we wouldn't survive a year.
Nope.
Well, out here in the West where we don't have them, it depends on where the wind drift goes. And it tends to blow from the north down and push it down south. So we should be clear of any of the radioactivity for about 6 months. By that time, we've lost most of it. If we use charcoal breathing masks and stuff like that, we have a chance. But, I mean, that's just,
still got the radiation entering your skin.
Oh, yeah, no, you're going to get,
Like, you have to take that, like, for guys, you have to take that mask off to shave to keep a nice airtight seal. Right?
Well, unless you.
That's why you stock up on. That's why you stock up on
Chris. Yeah, like Chris wouldn't have a problem. All his facial hair goes under his mask.
So you got it. Or you can stock up on Nair. Nair will keep hair off your face for a long time. It'll hurt like a bitch, but it'll keep your hair off your face for a long time.
Well, I know a guy I used to work with had his face lasered. He hated shaving so much. He had laser, and his wife worked at so he got a discount because his wife worked at a beauty salon where they did lasering for, pube removal. But he lasered his face, and he doesn't have to shave anymore. But I'm just
works.
like, yeah,
save money on razor blades.
I just don't know. I look at that and go, oh, fuck, man, because I like to grow a beard in the winter.
Yeah, it's nice having the option to kind of grow out. Sometimes I grow a goatee or a beard every now and then.
I save a fortune on razor blades too.
I'll bet.
And I have,
Those Gillette razors ain't cheap.
And I haven't shaved in 2 bloody years.
Every time I try to grow a beard, it starts itching like crazy. So.
Yeah, well, that's part of it, Chris. You got to get through. It only lasts a week.
Yeah, you got to man up, cowboy up, and ignore it.
Oh, thanks.
Well, I don't know. I think you and Gun Geek should have a contest. Because I don't think he grows a beard worth shit either.
Yeah, well, he's got other problems. Oh, yeah. It's funny. I saw when he had a video about a tank or something like that. No. Spanish warship. And then I was going to post a video. It's like, post on that video and say, what, you got one? You collect that whole junk? Did you get a Spanish warship? And where the hell did you put it?
Well, I can get right now. They for I think it's $20. You can get a Spanish Army helmet. It's in World War II U.S. style, and apparently some of them are pretty beat up, and some of them aren't bad. But they're $20, and I'm thinking I should buy one of those. That'd be kind of cool.
I can get a communist helmet cheap.
What? Bob, what did you say? Some were beat up? How could that be? They all surrendered.
Yeah, the Spanish? Oh, yeah, mostly, yeah.
So how could any of them be beat up?
Oh, just because when they're dumping them in a pile? It's when they're dumping them in the pile, when they surrender and they dump all the
Spanish were neutral during World War II. They were not involved. They had their own problems.
They did. They had a lot of internal strife.
Yeah. They were not involved in World War II. So one of the countries that can actually look out, observe, and watch World War II from the, from a distance and say, "Cool, nice show." That's it.
Yeah. It's funny. Like you think Brazil, right? Not a big country, had 5 pilots that flew in World War II as Brazilian pilots. They flew with an American unit, but they were Brazilian pilots. They had their own coloration, like symbols on their aircraft and stuff like that. It was freaking neat. I'd never heard of that. But yeah, all kinds of like countries like Uruguay and places like that, they sent troops and stuff to fight in World War II. It might have only been a couple of hundred, but they sent them.
Well, look at the amount of American air pilots that joined the British.
Well, join the
Air
Canadian
Force.
Air Force. Yeah, to go
The
fly for the
Canadian Air
British.
Yeah, just so they could see wartime.
Yep.
Because they
Well,
they weren't even too sure if the Americans were going to join in.
Yep. But they wanted to. They were pilots who wanted to. If there was going to be an air combat, they wanted to be in on it. So some of them actually flew in the Battle of Britain and shit.
That was before the United States got fully fledged into World War II, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was before Pearl Harbor. Yeah. There was guys going up there to fight the Nazis, and because America wasn't fighting, they decided, well, who else is fighting, right? And it was Canada, because we're part of Britain at the time. So they come up to Canada, join the Air Force, and we'd train them up and send them over to Europe. So a lot of them got into the Battle of Britain, and it was called the Eagle Squadron. Eventually, there was enough of them. They made their own squadron. They were given their own squadron, so quite interesting.
Well, looks like we found a place where I can buy VZs cheap here. $479.99.
Oh, fuck off, Chris, you bastard!
Hey, you show irrelevant stuff, I can show irrelevant stuff too.
You bugger.
I was looking through the Cabela's catalog, my favorite store.
Oh, yeah.
I spent all kinds of money there. I was looking at optics and stuff.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good deal. 5 magazines. And you got a pouch, the bayonet, sling, cleaning kit. That's what I got with mine, but I paid about $600 for mine.
Oof.
I only got 4 magazines. I didn't get 5.
And that wood impregnated plastic.
Yeah. Oh, I got that too. I replaced that pretty quick, but I didn't want to go with the black gun, but it was just so ugly. And the stuff I got from Israel is really cool. Like accessories and stuff for mine, but now they've made mine restricted because it was made in a certain fucking year. So, I'm thinking I might just buy another version just to make use of all the accessories.
Didn't they put yours in Prohib?
Yeah, it's now prohibited. But I have a 2-year amnesty or something.
Do you have to surrender it?
Not really, because they don't know I have it. I mean, we don't have the registry on the rifles anymore after I bought it. So I mean, the only way they could find out is if they saw YouTube videos of me, going, this is a great gun, which I have a whole bunch up, and I'm not going to take down.
So Dudley Do-Right's gonna come to your house, break down the door, and
No, they'll send me a letter. They'll probably send me 20 letters first.
They'll politely break down your door and grab your guns.
No, they won't even, because our government, got this 2-year amnesty, and the government saying we're going to change this law, and I'm pretty sure we got an election coming up. They want to get all the votes they can. One of the things they're going to do is quietly slip through a law that completely takes away the gun law that's making all this hassle for us, right? Because that's what they've said they'll do. Now, if they do that, and gun owners find out, en masse, no matter what their political affiliation, they will vote for the conservatives. And because the left wing is split into 2 parties, we got the NDP and the Liberals, probably the conservatives can win with, a third of the votes, right? Because all they need is a third, because we have 3 parties. Well, we have 6 or 7, but the other ones are pretty irrelevant. The Greens have 1, person who actually got elected.
In Canada, we got something like 26 parties.
Mm-hmm.
It's just.
But the other ones are irrelevant.
I think in the next election, Ontario is going to be a big thing for the libertarian, conservative,
Mm-hmm.
and liberal, and NDP. Because the Libertarian Party, they are starting to take up a big step now. Not as big as they should be, but they are getting there. Alberta, we're starting to see a big Libertarian Party kick up. Because most of our conservatives are too conservative for the Conservative Party. Oh, wow. Talking about Canadian politics really made people bugger out, didn't they?
Yep. I think that just got too
gotta-
boring for everybody.
Yeah, no, like we have a big libertarian and conservative
Yeah.
party happening now, and it'll be interesting to see where the Libertarian Party goes in the next 15 years, I think.
Yeah. Libertarians, though, can go either way.
I don't
That's
know.
the
From what
problem.
I've been,
I mean,
from
they
what I've been
want less government, but at the same time, they can be, yeah, but we're going to have these hard and fast rules, and some of them are going to be pretty draconian when it comes to gun laws and stuff. It depends on, I mean, that's the whole thing about libertarian. It's kind of what you want to make it.
Well, my thought on libertarian is, as long as your rights don't interfere with my rights and my rights don't interfere with your rights,
we shouldn't have a problem.
That's pretty much how the Conservative Party should be too. But
yeah. As long as anything I do doesn't hurt anything you do, and anything you do doesn't hurt anything I do, we shouldn't have a problem, and we shouldn't have to make laws about what we're doing.
Yeah.
If what we're doing doesn't hurt you, doesn't hurt anyone else in society, then fuck off and leave me alone.
Yeah, like CCW permits or ATC permits.
Yeah.
Like, I already have a criminal record check every 24 hours.
Yeah. As soon as you get a gun license, right? As soon as you get your PAL.
As soon as you get a restricted firearms license.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with that. I don't commit no crimes. I mean, I'm not going to go and rob a 7-Eleven. Not worth it. I know how much money. I used to work in one 30 years ago.
Like me, I'm already more. Like me, the RCMP already look at me more than they do a pedophile.
Oh yeah, yeah, because you got a handgun permit, or not a handgun, but a restricted weapons permit.
The RCMP look at me more than they do themselves.
Yep. Oh yeah, I knew cops who should not have been allowed near a gun.
Oh yeah, like RCMP, they only need to get a criminal background check once to become an RCMP.
Yep.
And me, I get a background check every 24 fucking hours. So why am I not allowed to carry?
Yeah, I know. I'm going to apply. I mean, just for shits and giggles, as soon as I get my handguns, as soon as I get my restricted, the fuckers lost it. I had to send it back in again. I swear that woman, Miramishu, hates me. Every time I phone, I get the same woman, and she sounds like she's about 63 years old, ready to retire, smokes too much because her voice is like... she's just in a bad mood all the time.
Did you send your paperwork consigned?
No. I just mailed it in the mail.
Yeah, no, you send the paperwork in, so then when it's delivered, they have to sign for it.
Okay. Well, no, I didn't do that.
What is it called? I can't remember it.
Well, while you're remembering, I'm going to get a beer.
Son of a bitch.
Hey, Flap.
Yeah.
I've ordered a vaporizer. Actually, I got it already, but then after I got it, I found out they can't send you the nicotine juice. You have to phone another secretive number, and then they'll send you the nicotine juice so I can vape, quit smoking.
That's funny.
Oh, I know, it's hilarious. And they even send in the box you get the vaporizer, and they even send a letter saying Health Canada will not let us tell you that there's no nicotine in any of the juice that you're buying and ordering for this vaporizer. However, here's a number. You can phone this number and you can get this, the stuff that's actually got nicotine in it, which is what you want if you want to try quit smoking. You start at a high level, you work down at, So anyway, I ordered some and I'm just waiting for it to get here so I can start vaping, which apparently there's no secondhand smoke.
No, not at all. But I do go to laugh. Have you watched any of Lowbuck Prepper videos?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I love Lowbuck.
Oh, he's hilarious. But
yep.
like when
he could be Canadian.
He was. Yeah. I agree. But like the thing is, like when he was smoking, he was really, really skinny, and then he was talking about the vapor cigarette and stuff like that, and I kind of veered off from his videos because I wasn't really into the whole prepping thing anymore.
Yeah.
And then last week I was watching one of his videos, and I'm like, oh my god, he got fat.
Oh, really?
And then I started backtracking into the videos.
Mm-hmm.
And he started getting bigger once he stopped quitting smoking.
Mm-hmm.
It's like,
oh yeah,
holy crap, dude. It's like,
yeah. So it's you have health problems because you're fat, or health problems because you smoke.
I don't know. I think he just wanted to quit smoking.
Yeah.
Altogether.
Well, I mean, yeah, I want to quit because it's just really bad for me. I've got to get a CT scan because they saw something last time, so I should probably get that checked out and probably quit putting it in my body,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure, eventually they're going to say, "Oh, your liver is really huge. You should quit drinking." I'll be, "Oh, fuck. Now I have no fun things to do except shooting."
Oh, no.
So, this is why I'm getting my restricted permit. I'm going to have to quit doing all the other fun things. I want to be able to go to the freaking gun range in the middle of winter in a nice heated building and shoot. Whereas with rifles, here with rifles, you shoot outside, eh?
No, because I got a hernia about 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I went in for a CT scan. And the doctor, they're like, yeah, no, you got a little bit of a hernia, and the CT scan kind of went a little lower than it was supposed to, and it picked up some fatty tissue on your liver. I'm like, okay, and what does that mean? Like, well, how much do you drink?
I said, you really want to know?
Like, does it really matter?
Yeah.
And like if you drink excessively, you do need to stop your drinking.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh yeah. No shit. I know that. That's Phew.
But yeah, no.
But I had a double hernia, and because of the job I do right in the lumberyard, they couldn't just do a mesh or anything like that. They had to like darn them back together with fishing line, and so they opened they had 30 staples on either side of my stomach. They basically opened my stomach up from the groin up to almost the hip, so they could get their hands in there and darn everything back together, right? Now, of course, me being a dumbass, because they said, okay, if we knock you out completely, you can't eat for the next 24 hours for some stupid reason, or you couldn't eat 24 hours before it or something, I don't know. But if we just give you an epidural, right, needle to the spine, then we can operate and you can be awake. So I said, well, I'll be awake because I'm kind of hungry. And I was awake through the operation, and it wasn't that bad until they started cauterizing some of the veins and stuff, right? And I'm going, I smell bacon. And the doctor said, yeah, you're kind of getting tense here. I'll give you a little bit of Demerol. And then everything else was fine and fuzzy. But yeah, it was like, double hernia. 9 weeks. I couldn't go back to work for 9 weeks, man. I couldn't do shit. Couldn't pick up, and I had a fairly young kid, and I think he was just over a year, so he could walk, and he'd run up, pick me up, Daddy, and I was like, I can't. It was pretty shitty.
Oh fuck. That would be pretty crappy, yeah.
Yeah, well, working my lumberyard, the guy who replaced me after I had to leave because I tore my shoulders up, he's had a heart attack, and now he just had a hernia. And he's like, 8 years younger than me. So it's like, yeah, because that job sucks. And this is, he's basically going on compensation, same as I had to do for a while, right? Comp's still arguing with me, saying, oh, no, I don't see how that job could affect your shoulders. You must have ruined your shoulders and torn all those cartilage and tendons by playing slow pitch. Really? The only thing you ever wear out in company league slow pitch is your liver.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's unbelievable. But I mean, every time we've had to face them in court and all this other stuff, we always win. But it's just they drag it out forever, eh?
Well, they gotta prove that. I don't know what they gotta prove, but they gotta prove that they're right and the person that's working is wrong. But at the same time, there are a lot of people defrauding the system, and
there are. Yeah, there's a lot of back injuries that take 8 months to heal instead of 1.
Yeah.
But yeah, when it's actual physical fact, they're going, well, you had rotator cuff injuries, and it's like, yeah, but I had the extreme version, right? Where it wasn't just that there were tears on the tendons were actually detached from the bones, and I had to put screws in my shoulders and reattach the tendons. That's how badly they were fucked up.
Yeah.
That's not that, because the rope because there was calcium on the shoulders or something that just comes with old age, was wearing on the tendons or anything like that. That was they fucking broke.
Yeah, right now I'm chatting with Biker Bob.
Ooh, Biker Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like a female arm.
Yeah, there's the wife.
Hey. I waved even though I got my avatar up.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're off work for a bit now, or?
Yeah, still off work, and couple of weeks ago, I was starting to listen to the dispatch line, and I'm like, all right, on, work's starting to come up. I go back to work, and then bam, mono hits, and I'm down and out, and talk to the doctor, and he's like, well, these symptoms could last about 4 to 6 weeks,
Yeah.
and you'll be fatigued for probably about 6 months, and it's like,
Yeah. Oh
so I don't know. I'm on my 3rd week here now, so I got about another 1 to 2 more weeks before I should be somewhat healthy enough to go back to work.
yeah. Mhm. Yeah, but you're not gonna be 100% for a while.
Oh no, I've been doing a lot of reading up on this damn thing, and it's everything about it sucks. But it pretty much what I've been reading up, I'm pretty much up on top of the hill, working my way down now. So
Yeah. Well, that's what I did with my same thing when they diagnosed this after the shoulders were all tore up. They diagnosed me with chronic pain, which comes because you've been in accidents or a bunch of accidents, or you've had, you know, whatever. But the pain just doesn't stop. So I'm all these freaking painkillers, and it's like, when I was 18, I would have thought, man, I can be stoned all day. That'd be fucking righteous. But when I'm 55, it's like, fuck, man. There's like hours of the day I don't dare drive, or I don't go to the gun range. You know, it's just like, no, I'm just a little bit off.
yeah, no, I turned 30 in September,
Yeah,
and it's like, oh shit, I wish I was a lot nicer to my body.
yeah. Oh yeah, if I'd known I was going to live this long, I would have took a lot better care of my body. That's classic, man. Oh, I feel that way. All the stupid frickin' times I wrecked my bike because I was, you know, drunk and thought I was invincible or invulnerable. Nigh on invulnerable. I actually didn't die, so that was pretty good.
And like right now, it's like Christ. When I have kids, I'll be trying to do the same thing my old man did with me and teach them about proper
Work
health
ethic
and stuff like that. And
yeah.
I damn well know that they're going to be a lot like me and say, "Fuck you."
Oh God, yeah. My dad once, when I was about 20 years old, my dad cursed me with, he says, "I hope when you have a son, he's just like you." And and he was mad at me for, I can't remember what, he was always mad at me. But you know what? It worked because my son's just like me. And there's so many times we're butting heads and I keep thinking to myself, damn it, this sounds just like me. I've actually found that it helps if I mention to my son and tell him that, you know what, this is exactly the way I was. Because then he's like, oh, I don't want to be like that. But he is a really good kid, you know, in the end. Just like I was, you know. In the end. But, getting old does suck, though. You know, once you get past 50, you realize, well, half my life is over. There's not too many people live to be 100. And if you smoke and ride motorcycles and play with guns and shit, you're probably not going to get to 100.
Well, I don't
and
know.
drink, yeah.
Look at how many 100-year-olds there are. They all smoke. They all drink.
But that's there's a genetic thing that's a genetic predisposition not to get cancer, and that's these 100-year-olds who smoked cigars and, you know, drank and stuff like that. So their body didn't, because all cancer is when when your body replicates itself, which it has to do, right? That's your life. When it replicates itself, every once in a while it fucks up, right? It's a bit of bad code or something, and it makes cancer. And there's certain things that can't cause it, right? Because they know that, you know, certain chemicals, if you're exposed to them, will cause cancer over time, and radiation and shit like that, because it causes the cells to mutate. So yeah, there's certain people that their cells just don't tend to mutate. Or there's also people who haven't been exposed to chemicals like most of us have at this point.
Yeah.
Like, just imagine, like, the kind of environment, especially you and me, we've worked in the kind of environment that exposed us to, you know, toxic chemicals.
Yeah. Yeah, no, especially on the pipeline. The amount of chemicals out there.
Well, yeah, I mean, and you pay, right? We pay. But it's, you know, our fathers did it, our grandfathers did it. They had way worse conditions, and these are the people that have lived to 100. You know, these people who were exposed to way worse stuff in a lot of ways. You know, imagine living in New Jersey in the 50s when there was no pollution control.
Yeah. But also, like, I don't know, like, you look at some, like, your father, who worked 7 days a week, 12-hour days, year round, probably only took probably a week off all year. Like, I don't know, it's probably a little bit of overworked, or some people are even underworked under those conditions.
Well, yeah, there's a big problem nowadays that, you know, these people who work in offices and stuff, they're still the same beans that were designed to run for miles and you know, catch game after that game had been tired out by being chased for miles and miles by this, you know, creature that could run and run, like expend energy. But now they're sitting in an office at a desk thinking.
Yeah.
You know, that's not what the body's designed to do. It's going to have effects, adverse effects. Same with truck drivers. I mean, you know, there's a reason a lot of truck drivers are kind of portly.
Yeah. And that's why I'm a pipeliner.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, one of the things I really loved about my job in the lumberyard was it kept me in shape. You know.
It kept you busy all day.
Yeah, but it really was. It was a physical job. I love that because, you know, I knew people who went to the gym and would complain after a day's work. Oh, I'm so tired. I don't know if I can go to the gym. And it's like, yeah, well, I don't have to. I've been lifting weights all day, man.
Yeah.
You know, I still weigh. I weighed 150 pounds from the time I was 20 years old till I was 50. The same weight the whole time, and that was, you know, I was doing 8,000 pounds a day in lifts and stuff like that for just loading shit. So,
the heaviest I've weighed so far is 260 pounds.
How tall are you though?
6 foot.
Yeah, so you're see, you can get away with that when you're taller, right? When
But me, I also average about 150 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've weighed anything less than 250 since high school.
Hmm. Yeah, see, now my high school weight was 145, like, you know, grade 10, 11, 12 kind of thing. Because I was on the wrestling team, so we were weighing each other all the time. And you had to stay in a weight class, and it was funny because at 145, I was like inches taller than my opponents. My arms were way longer, eh? So it was just like, oh, this is peanuts, right? Just kind of grab them, fling them around, pin them.
That's funny.
But, you know, then I never got taller, right? Just never, just stayed the same height. I got a friend of mine was a Mr. Manitoba contestant. I think he got third, Mr. Manitoba. He's a bodybuilder. He was a roommate. And he talked me into, we used to go and we'd pump up before we went to the bar. to pick up girls. And he got me lifting weights with him, and we were, like 10 raw eggs a day, the whole bodybuilder shit, eh? I didn't fucking get any bigger. I didn't change. It was just like, fuck, man. I was lifting almost the same weight as him and stuff, and he was like, you shouldn't be able to do this, man. This is just wrong. It was built on that lean frame. Yeah, so anyway, if you got a Ruger 1022, there's GSG drums, fucking amazing.
Yeah,
I was so impressed.
I'll have to look them up next time in the city.
Yeah, well, they got them at Cabela's, sells them. But I got mine from Canadian Ammo. Same price, and it came in the mail that way. Didn't have to go to the store. But, yeah, it was just unfucking believable. Loads really easy. And just flawless. I never imagined, because I bought Butler Creek, and you always get you get the odd misfire with them and stuff like that. And apparently the Ruger 1022 magazines, the 25s, BX 25s, or whatever you get, apparently they're really reliable. But they say the Butler Creek's about the same thing. But this drum, man, I'm tempted to buy another one, because you got 200 rounds of 22 rimfire. And it weighs nothing. It's so light. And yet the whole top of it that goes into the gun is metal. It's aluminum. It's I'm so impressed with it. I should actually do a video on it. I want to do a mag dump video, right? So went out to the range. It was like the middle of the frickin' day, in the middle of the week, and there's 3 Elmer Fuds at the range. It's like, oh God, retired people. And I go to set my camera up, and they're going, "Oh, I don't want you recording." I'm like, "What do you mean?" "Oh, because I just don't want to be on TV." And I'm like, "No, it's YouTube, and the camera's pointing towards me, and I'm just going to do a magazine dump, and I'm going to make a YouTube video." And they're like, "Ooh, I don't want that around me. I'm a member of this club." And I'm like, "Oh, fuck." So you alienate the club, or you just go, okay. And then they were still upset because, they'd be, targeting their rifles, and it's like one round, boom. And then they'd look through their spotting scope and everything, and I stand up there and go, bam, 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 like for 5 minutes. And then I'm shooting at a 50-yard target, and the whole center of the target just disappears, in a hail of plywood splinters. This is like, actually, my finger was getting tired. So yeah, and not a fucking misfire. That was the most bad. I'm gonna actually I got to do a video. I got tomorrow off. Maybe I'll do it then. Plus Canada Day, I got Tuesday and Wednesday off. I get to work Monday. That's a hell of working again. It's like, damn, it's getting in the way of my making fun stuff and videos and shooting and theoretically, I have time in the middle of the day to go to the gun range.
Yeah.
However, it's like, oh yeah, I can do that, but then I'm just freaking beat for the rest of the day because of stupid fibromyalgia bullshit.
Yeah, fuck. Yeah, I want to go to the range sometime this summer, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, that really sucks, man.
Thanks.
So what did you say you had for handguns?
I got IWI Jericho.
Yeah.
45 long Colt new Vaquero.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Yeah, and a
I forgot what guns I own.
Kimber Custom Eclipse 2.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, bought that used. Oh, so sweet.
Hmm.
And then, yeah, that's pretty much what I got for handguns, unless you want me to go into my handgun rifles.
Yes, I know. Yeah, I know about them. That's what I'm looking at that VZ for, and going, ooh, be nice to have that little short barrel, and I got all accessories to bolt on it. So I had to destroy my one that was evil apparently because it was made the wrong year. And I still have my long barrel and everything I could put on it if I wanted to.
Probably could.
Yep. Oh, you can. You just need a press. But I mean,
But it would
that's not
still
a
be
big deal.
classified as restricted, though.
Yeah, but that wouldn't matter, except for cops who actually figured that out, and most wouldn't because they're not that bright. So that shooting in New Brunswick, right? Just to get completely off the topic. In the pictures they showed him with, have we heard what guns he was using? I mean, is that just particularly Canada? They just don't talk about the guns at all. Whereas in the U.S., it's all like, it was an AR-15. It was oh no, it was a shotgun. Never mind.
There was a shooting in Manitoba?
No, I think it was New Brunswick or something.
Oh, yeah.
The crazy kid?
Yeah. Actually, yeah, no.
I know it's. I kind of like that. I kind of like that part of the reporting is they don't go and obsess on what gun it was.
Yeah, no, you're right. They never did specify or go into specifics on what kind of firearms he had.
Yeah. Well, you look at the one that's in his hand when he's walking. It looks like an SVT-40. I hope to hell it isn't, but it looks like one.
But he also had a shotgun. And he also had a
crossbow. What a fucking dumbass! I'm gonna have a crossbow to be stealthy after I've shot some cops. Like, really?
Yeah.
Are you that stupid? When they come for you, there's going to be a whole shit pile of them. They're going to be fucking armed for bear. And they're going to blow your ass fucking away. It's always kind of smart. He dumped the guns and went and gave up. No, I'm going to give up.
Oh.
Killed 3 fucking people who didn't deserve to die. You don't kill someone just because they're wearing a uniform. Well, not in my world, but in others you do.
If I was one of the people witnessing this happen.
Yeah. I was thinking that myself too. I would have gone in and grabbed a gun and shot some bitch.
Yeah, I would have grabbed my AR or I would have grabbed something and shot back. I'd be like, fuck you, you fucking piece of shit. I don't care if I go to jail for saving.
Oh, you wouldn't though. That'd be one thing. In Canada, if it was something like that where you went in, unlocked your gun from the gun safe, unlocked your ammo from the other safe. Now, myself, what I do is in my ammo safes, I keep full magazines. That's legal. Unlock my ammo, unlock my gun, go out there and shoot the son of a bitch dead. They actually would just say, no, that's justified homicide or something.
I don't know, like.
No, I'm pretty sure they would. If you saved a cop's life or stopped somebody just after he killed the cop, I think they would be like, yeah, okay, in this case, we'll let you go.
I don't know that.
I have more faith in our system than you do.
Like, I don't know, like, there are so many left-wing nuts out there.
Yep.
That I don't know, like I don't trust a lot of people. Like, people.
Yeah.
Like if
I trust them as far as I need to.
if I was
You know,
a
I trust
cop,
my doctor because I have to.
if I was a cop, I'd want someone that was in a house to shoot at someone that was behind me.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But 'cause,
They might still bust you for it.
yeah, like I
Thanks
mean,
for
like,
saving my life. By the way, you're under arrest.
yeah,
Discharged a firearm within city limits.
but yeah, I don't know.
I'd
I'd
still
be
do
one.
it. I mean, I'd still go out and if
Yeah,
I saw cops under fire, I'd still try help.
yeah, me too. I'd be the first one out the door with one of my SKSs or my AR
Mhm.
and
Oh yeah.
laying down cover for the RCMP
Yeah.
or anyone.
Yeah. I mean, you see an unarmed person getting chased down the street and shot at by someone who doesn't have a badge on. Then, if I have time and can run it, it wouldn't work for me because I have to run all the way downstairs and all the way into the bunker, and that. By the time I got back outside, they'd be long gone. But yeah, I mean, if somebody lived in an apartment, could just go run over to their gun cabinet, unlock it, pull their gun out, unlock their ammo cabinet, pull a magazine out, slap it in, run over to the window and stop somebody from getting killed. Yeah, I don't see a problem with that.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it comes down to that thing. I mean,
I would not.
I would do it, and I wouldn't think anything of it. And if there was consequences of it, I would, I'll justify it by saying, I saved someone's life or whatever, or tried to.
Yeah, like
It's no
I don't
different
know.
if you saw a guy chasing a woman across a parking lot, with a machete, and you were, say, in your pickup truck, and you ran over there and smacked into him, trying not to kill him, but at the same time trying to incapacitate him. I'm pretty sure you
Yeah.
would not get charged with, deliberately running over a human being if it was somebody who was chasing his ex-wife with a machete intent on chopping her up.
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure you might not get insurance on it, but
It would depend on what part of the province you're in.
yeah,
If
maybe.
if you're in a liberal leading side of the province or a conservative leading side of the province.
Oh, I don't know. I think most. I mean, as long as you can get a trial, most judges are fairly sensible, and then they're gonna go. It was a woman getting chased with her ex-husband, and her ex-husband had a machete, and you used your vehicle to stop him from. Maybe he'd already cut her, right? Stop her from, finishing her off, whatever. I think most judges would go, yeah, no, that's good. Go ahead, sir. There's no charges,
Yeah,
and
but
they do that in Canada.
The defense would still be pleading attempted vehicular manslaughter.
They can do that all they want, but
So,
I mean,
I don't know,
a
like-
sensible judge, which I think you still can get, would just go, oh, that's stupid. Fuck you. Do you hear about the thing in Quebec where the Walmart,
Yeah,
their employees unionized, and Walmart went, fine, we'll just close the store.
Yeah.
and the Supreme Court of Canada went, no. You can't do that. That's against the fucking law. And just smack them down. Walmart's all crying, and apparently all the people who lost their jobs are going to get like settlements for all the time they would have worked.
Yeah, reimbursement pay.
Mm-hmm.
Which is awesome because if a company goes union, they can't just shut down.
Yeah. And if the workers, vote for a union, that's what happened. And Walmart just said, oh, fuck you then, we're shutting the store. Because, of course, Walmart, they don't care one store in,
No.
in Montreal. It doesn't matter to them. That's nothing to their profits.
Mm-hmm.
They're one of the few corporations that has their own satellite.
Yep.
and they've had it up there for 20 years. So yeah, that's how big they are. They're like that. They're like Dr. Evil, except in a corporate mode.
Oh, have you watched a documentary about them, about the owners of Walmart?
Oh yeah.
Oh, they're crazy. They're nuts.
Oh yeah. The original guy, like Sam, he was a good guy. He was a good dude. He wanted his workers to be part of the company. He offered them all this, and then after he got old and his kids took over, they just fucking took all that shit away from the employees, and oh, it was fucking brutal, man. They're nuts, and they're just money hungry.
Yeah.
Because they grew up having everything they wanted, right? Because Dad was real successful. He grew a really good business, and originally it was a really good business. The employees were treated like part of the company. But as they got bigger, they just went, "Ooh, we can make more money for ourselves by doing this." So that's what they did.
And they're the biggest wingbats I've ever seen.
Oh yeah.
Like their houses have their bomb shelters.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, they're probably because they want to protect all their money and themselves. Oh crap! It's almost 2 a.m.
Yeah, I gotta bugger off. I gotta sleep.
Yeah, me too.
And I don't know who the hell's been spreading rumors about the whole word bugger off, but it's not true.
Yeah, I know. I think that's actually Gun Geek. Maybe it was Gun Geek. I don't remember who the hell it was. Maybe it wasn't Gun Geek. I don't know. Somebody was saying that about bugger off, and it's just like, oh, fuck off. Just means the same as fuck off. I'm just gonna fuck off now.
Yeah, that's exactly what it means.
Yeah. It doesn't mean I'm gonna go bugger a young boy.
Yeah, it's like the British term sod off.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Yeah, sod off. I'm gonna have a fag right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, did you see the bayonet I got for my M14? It's 20 inches long.
What?
Yeah, it's a World War I style bayonet that fits on the Grand and the M14. And it's 20 freaking inches long. Here, I should get my camera up. Sure, this thing is, and it came sharp from Tradex.
Sharp bayonets weren't usually sharp.
I know. This one is like, well, it's not shaving sharp, but it's sharp.
Hmm.
Oh,
wow.
And it's like fairly thick. It's a reproduction, but I mean, this thing is actually sharp, and it's like a mini sword. I love it, man. I've had to modify it a bit to get it to. Oh yeah, that's nice. To get it to fit my M14, I had to do a little grinding inside the hole that goes over the barrel because of my flash hider on the M14 is bigger than what it would have been on that. Yeah, but that thing's made. It'll fit a Springfield M1 Grand, and because it fits the M1 Grand, it fits the M14 with a little modification. Yeah, badass or what?
Pretty sweet.
Oh yeah, you carry that and it turns your 18-inch barrel Norenko M14 into a fucking spear, man. Plus, you've got a handy little hand sword for the zombies. You can just whack their heads off. Guy, originally when I ordered that, I was going to send it to Huck to get him to sharpen it up, but I get it, and it's like, it's freaking sharp. So, just touched it up a little bit with a stone, and it's like, yeah, it'll cut you real easy. So what the hell? It was cheap too. It was like, it was $20 or something on TradeX. Yeah, they had the shorter ones too for the I think they were like a 12-inch or whatever. This was like World War One type bayonet. But I'm just thinking that'd be just cool to carry on your hip. You got it like a sword.
Yeah, don't carry it in Edmonton though.
I'm just thinking for camping, man. Actually, for camping, I got some really cool knives now because I won a knife on a chat one night. And it's a really good bushcrafting knife. It's like freaking thick as hell. Pretty sharp. Seems to have a decent edge, and you know, you can see it's got tool marks in it. It was actually handmade. And, you know, more practical for camping than the one Huck made for me, because the one Huck made for me, that's my battle knife. Sykes Fairbanks Commando, what's better? Right.
Well, Bob, I gotta bugger off here.
Yeah, I think I'm going to too. All right, man, good talking to you again.
Yeah,
We'll
for sure.
talk to you, you know, next
Yeah,
week,
definitely.
whatever, tomorrow probably. Take it easy, man.
You too. Don't work too hard.
All right. No, I'll try not to.